off the play-in matches. Spawning down on the bottom left, it is the Shopify Rebellion's Lambo. And his opponent, the Challenger, looking to take not just his first competitive series, but his first competitive map in this matchup ever. It is Arrogfire. Now, it's not like they've played 15, 20 times. They played 5 times. 9 competitive maps, but still 9-0, 5-0. That's even for a youngster who generally I feel like younger players, this kind of thing doesn't necessarily get in their head as much. Even for someone that's younger, I mean, this is going to be tough. This is going to be incredibly tough. Lambo, of all the players you could have gotten, he has to be thrilled with who he got, because Maru was a possibility. Actually, wait, was Maru one of the players? No, sorry, SOS. SOS. We'll talk about that later. That's going to be happening later in the show. SOS qualified in, so it was actually SOS versus Maru that is going to be happening later. Is that the Brood War Nexus skin? It sure is. Arrogfire being as much of a nuisance as he can. Lambo doing an excellent job of answering. I mean, you know coming into it, your opponent's going to mineral harass you. And those zoomer fingers, they are fast. Lambo wins the minigame, though. This is such a... God, it's such a cool-looking skin. Lil X. It looks so much like a Dragoon. Like, flipped upside down, like on its back. Lambo has been doing this a decent... I saw him do this yesterday versus Showtime. Building just 2 lings and zoning. Zoning the crap out of the early probe. It is going to be a double chrono coming out of Arrogfire. Lambo will open up triple queen before expand. This is very much a new methodology. Wow. To CVP. And Lambo is nothing if not a methodologist. Second Adept getting sent straight across the map. You very rarely shade in with the first Adept when you're going double chrono like this. But this particular opener from Lambo is very good against this. Because you get the second queen out so fast, you're able to run at the Adepts. Now, since it's Tourmaline and it's a relatively short map, not a super simple setup. That second queen is not out in time to immediately push this back. But still, loses 1 Zergling. That's totally fine. Adding a few additional Zerglings here is interesting. May want to make a play on those Adepts. Arrogfire not energy recharging the... Or energy... Yeah, energy recharging the Oracle. Lambo going up to a quick 5 queens. Very standard timing on the third hatch, or third Nexus. Not fast. Which, honestly, for these days, for modern era ZVP, this almost feels slow. Which feels crazy to say, because it's still before the 4-minute mark. Nice snipe on a drone right there. It is going to be a very quick Evo out of Lambo. Waiting to see, I guess, where the Oracle was going before he sends it in there. Or before he starts it up. But you know that's going to be for past +1 melee. God, it feels tongue-tied already. Oh, Arrogfire sticking around too long. Is that going to be a net? Oh. One hit. One hit and that would have gone down. No +1 melee started up just yet. It is a very quick charge. Charge before +1, I think, is a mistake. Because the charge doesn't help you a whole lot. And it already builds faster. 21 seconds faster, in fact. But the +1, you want to pair that with the charge. Absolutely. Good job with the Adepts right here. Poking forward without the Oracles. I do think of Arrogfire as a Blink player. First and foremost, Blink into Colossus, honestly, is what I think of with him. And this feels like a huge fake out right here. This feels like he is hardcore faking out. Oh, God, these Oracles are... Once again, that was 2 hits from death. This feels like a hardcore fake out, leaning into what Lambo might be looking for. Now he scouts the robo facility. What he hasn't seen is all of these gateways in this tech in the back. This looks very much like a Colossus play if Lambo were to look at this, but he's building safety roaches. He did get that roach warren. And if it is a charge lot play, he is prepared. Now, Arrogfire is not... He's not actually faking this out. He's actually just playing charge lot Archon into Storm. But Lambo, I think, is not fallen... he has not taken the bait based on what he's seen. And now these sentries... Well, all they end up doing really is slowing down Arrogfire's tech a decent bit. Is he going to go into Storm? That is the next question for me. We do have a Dropper Lord. Oh, okay. Lambo has plans on all-inning potentially. Overlord speed, Dropper Lord's in production. He's on 68 drones. Cyril has said that he thinks that if you get a clean early game and you go for an attack like this, it is more or less unstoppable. Now, no roach speed. Oh, those force fields are sick. That was actually so clean from Arrogfire. God, there was like 4 roaches in the same little pocket. Very cool stuff. No roach speed does make this uncomfortable. Lambo is gearing up for the attack on the other side of the map, but he's got to defend first. And Zealots kind of are in top of the mineral line. Queens are weirdly trapped, but actually kill an Oracle during this. Arrogfire has no idea that Lambo wants to go for this counterpunch. And Lambo only lost one drone. Meanwhile, this counter drop on the other side getting 2 probes. Pretty minor, but this is going to be a problem. This is going to force it warp-ins. Arrogfire now sees... Oh no, a couple of probes were rallied out into the middle of nowhere. Immortals are being built 2 at a time, but I don't know. This looks really scary right now. With the Prism, with the Archons, with the Immortals, with really good micro, maybe Arrogfire can hold. But that is a lot of roaches. There's a stasis trap here. A big stasis trap would be a huge boon for Arrogfire. He did lose 11 more probes. Yeah, the Dropper Lord went back into the natural. There's no fodder left for the Archons and Immortals, so they need to dodge almost every shot. That is a tall order right here, but so far Arrogfire is doing a great job. Stasis trap in the natural is big. Oh, that might enable the hold now. That was a huge stasis. Corrosive Vials land on the one Immortal, but it does get saved. Arrogfire's doing a really, really good job under the gun. You can see there is a Spire behind this, but this is going to be a hold. That stasis was everything Arrogfire could have hoped for and more. Now these roaches are in trouble. And just like that, game number 1 turns on its head. Look at this one Archon on 4 HP, recovering shields. Good number of Overlords going down. Lambo, will he want to go for the mutas right now? He's got gas for 900 of them just about. Doesn't quite have the minerals. It's going to be +1 attack, though. Yeah, he's going into muta. And to be honest, with how little anti-air there is, I think this is a great choice. He knew that this attack could be held from the very beginning. And he was already ready with that Spire transition. Now the Overlords... Man, this is crazy vision that Lambo has. Oh, he snipes the Archon. That's really, really bad for Arrogfire. Very nice for Lambo. Even after that very expensive attack that didn't go his way, this is starting to look pretty darn good. Zealots will unload in the natural, and they're going to get at least like 4 or 5 drones. It's actually, considering the fact that this was jumped, it's going to be quite nice. 4 drones. Andy sees the mutas on his opponent's side of the map, able to drop a second Stargate and a cannon. Start up a Phoenix. But this is still going to be a tall order to defend. Obviously, Lambo making the right call, killing that Prism. 4th next. Man, that's a lot of mutas already. 17 mutas, jeez. Oh, he's going to dive in on top of the Templar, gets one of them, forces another couple to morph into an Archon, but holy crap, that was some big splash on the Mutas. They are going to go to work on this third base. There's still almost no Stalkers, and there is no Blink. Trying to chase down Mutas without Blink Stalkers, without a huge number of Phoenixes is a nightmare. Roach dropping in the natural, also found a couple of probes. Arrogfire needs to... Oh, man, he needs to be so careful. I don't think he can push out with this. That feels like a fool's errand. Recall going to come through. The Immortals are going to absolutely destroy that small number of Roaches. It is an uber chaotic game number one. It really feels already like the winner of this is maybe going to win the series. Oh, depowering one of the Stargates is huge right there. Storm a little bit awkwardly casted. Phoenix is starting to get jumped now, even with the healing from the shield batteries. I mean, there's just so many Mutas that got their +1 weapons. He takes out the Prism. He takes out another Phoenix. And the Phoenix count has been dropped to 0. Only one Stargate active. Almost no anti-air. Something important to note, of course, is that the +1 melee, even though it didn't come into effect in the initial attack... Oh, God, that is a big Magic Fox, but also a lot of damage on the Mutas. However, only one Archon. Damn, this is an insanely scrappy game to start off this series. Storm is okay, but he loses the High Templar. And now there is almost no anti-air. The last Archon goes down. It's a crap ton of Immortals, but it's nothing that shoots up. Lambo takes a messy game number one. But he does go up 1-0. That one will get your blood pumping to start off the tournament. And if this is a preview of things to come, Wawa, are we ever in for a hell of a tournament? It's a little early to declare, you know, that this is it, so to speak. But, well, that was kind of nuts. Once again, this is Maestros of the Game 2. Dos. Unos, dos, tres, cuatros. That was incredibly action-packed to start things off. Talk about a firecracker. The funny thing is, I was a little bit doing the caster thing, being like, maybe Arrogfire can hold this first push. And I sort of didn't even really fully believe myself. But, like, the Prism Micro was immaculate. Absolutely immaculate. I've got to make an immaculate concession. I concede that was some damn fine Prism Micro. Immaculate concession is so dumb. All right, this is a map I literally have not even seen yet. But let's see how she goes. It is called something... I believe it's called Missing You Tonight. Which is... You know, that is definitely one of the map names of all time. Did you not sleep? I did sleep. Missing You Today. Missing You Today. All right, spawning up at the top left of TLMC 21's Missing You Today. Gotta say, I actually really like the lookout and layout so far. It is Arrogfire in the red. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right for the Shopify Rebellion. It's Lambo. in a blue. And God, that's gotta feel rough for Arrogfire right there. You make the defense happen against that very strong looking attack, and then the mutas just come in and absolutely they kind of just crush you. This map is huge. It looks pretty big. There's a what is this meant to be? There's some shapes on here. We'll say that. All right, gold base. 2 gold bases. Okay. It is worth noting that there are a lot of unique maps in this map pool for this tournament. Curious if that's a tight position. I feel like there's a gap right here where a unit can go past. I'm always just interested for like spots that you can wall against Reapers or Hellion run-bys or stuff like that. There is the pillar right here with a nice little bit of shrubbery. Very aesthetically pleasing map. And I'll be voting in TLMC, and that matters a lot to me. I think it's very important to have nice-looking maps. I'm just going to say that. It's important that maps look nice. Yeah, no, I don't think that's going to happen in Potato Wizard. If they do, someone will make a mod that will allow you to play this version of the game. Relatively small main base. Like, creep actually already connects between these bases. That's actually kind of crazy. I feel like you don't see that often at all. Is there even a Reaper jump? It doesn't look like it. Wow, this is a very anti-Terran feeling map. Okay, this is the other thing I was thinking about. Can you go into the main? And the answer is technically always yes. But how safe are you? Oh, wow, that Evo Chamber block actually working quite nicely here. Arrogfire does get himself a drone, gets out. And meanwhile, on the other side of the map, he opened with the Stalker as the 3rd unit. Lambo committing in with the Overlord. Did scout the Stargate, but that's kind of not that crazy of a thing to see. And he is supply blocked there for a decent bit of time. Not what you want in the early game as Zerg. Not at all. You never want to be floating larva before the 5-minute mark. I mean, realistically, you never want to be floating larva before, like, the, I don't know, 8-minute mark, 9-minute mark. But I would say before the 5 or 6-minute mark it's really crucial to have a clean early game. Oh, we are going to see a Twilight and 2 additional gates. This isn't going to be resonating glaives, is it? Feels like it's way too late for that. Oh, but it is? Okay. All right. Well, it does feel a little late, but I mean, if you can bamboozle your opponent, you can almost always make something happen. Does he turn on the Oracle's energy for this? No. I really like the idea of denying creep with Oracles these days. But it's kind of expensive for energy. Now, Lambo did open up, of course, +1 melee. He's getting the Baneling Nest, though. And this is going to be a nice little potential wall against Adepts. Although it also creates a pocket where they can possibly jam themselves in and become quite a problem. Lambo is skipping a Spore at the 3rd for now. Arrogfire, where are those Adepts warping into the natural? Usually this is when you want to be hitting right now. 5:30. But this is going to still hit hard. Okay, Ling sees this. He didn't move that Ling. He sees this. He knows. He's morphing Banes. Spore Crawler at the 3rd. Very important to have that so that the Queens can move away. and defend. It's a wise decision to add that in now. Very nice little attention to detail. Banelings can prevent the Shades from completing. Queens have to be careful. 2 Banes at the front. They could get some big detonations. Lings getting some decent surrounds. That is a very nice start for Lambo. Very nice start. And he's about to have +1 melee, which is going to make it much, much more difficult for Arrogfire to find value. Adepts at the third. They're going to get jumped. Tried to do a little bit of out multitasking. But it's not going to work out, and Lambo is looking good in game number 2. Oh, no! Losing the Oracle. Arrogfire. That was a very good decision right there from Lambo. It might have looked a little bit foolish initially, because you look at that and you're like, oh, you're like stepping into your opponent. There's 2 Oracles shooting at you, but he recognized, yeah, if I lose a Queen but kill an Oracle, that's amazing. And he doesn't even lose the Queen. Now it is going to be Overlord speed, 2 Overlords. He's going for another play on the other side of the map, and I think Arrogfire is going to be more or less... I just don't think there's any way he can defend, to be honest. 4 High Templar. Storm just started. +1 melee done. Blink is not quite even done yet. And if Lambo gets on top of these Stalkers before they have Blink, it's absolutely lights out. Target fire on the Dropper Lord. Almost gets it, but Lambo pulls back in time. These Banelings could drop on top of the probes. They do get out of there. But at minimum, we're seeing the 3rd base fall. We're seeing a lot of Stalkers die. Stalkers do get Blink just in the nick of time. As long as Lambo doesn't miss the 4th and doesn't back away prematurely, he is chilling. Oh, dropping on top of the High Templar would have been sick if he could have gotten the connections. Unfortunately, doesn't. Behind this, though, +2 melee. Bane's speed starts up, and a Hydra Den. Lambo's only on 55 drones, which is actually really low worker count, but he is on 4 hatches. There we go. He does see this 4th base. High Templar just warped in. It does go down. Cannon, battery also falling. And Lambo, oh, those are, well, 1 Storm there was really good. 2 was a little bit of a waste. Arrogfire knows he cannot play this game out from a low base count. He's going to, unfortunately, storm his own Oracle to death. Now the Storms are gone. We've got a drop of the main base. Queens actually causing a little bit of a ruckus. The Archons finish morphing, but they are going to die. Oh, and even that 1 Stalker dying before the recall goes through. Lambo, the world is now his oyster. Hey, he actually gets a kill on one of those Stalkers. I was going to say transfusing doesn't really matter here because you won't kill any Stalkers as long as he's blinking back. But he blinked aggressively. Now there's even a creep tour in the main. Yeah, this is completely over. The supplies might be relatively close-ish, but Arrogfire, I don't see a way in which he secures a 4th or a 3rd base. Oh, we've even got the creep tumors here. Not enough mining on gas either. Oversaturated minerals, undersaturated gas. Oh, and even a gold base coming up behind this. Thank you very much. Can't be for the Prime resub at 24 months. The fact that Lambo has so much vision in his opponent's main
has evolved
is kind of crazy. Lambo did drone up to 71. He's way ahead in income. A couple of Adepts on the top right. Lambo, I believe, can just morph Banes and just roll right through this base once again. Revelation didn't get all the tumors. Oh, no. That was a rebuilt Oracle, too. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. I'm crazy. Unless the Storm didn't count the kill on the resources lost, it should. But sometimes the game is a little bit buggy. +2 melee has completed. Hydra range is going to kick in. There's a lot of High Templar here, and they do have a decent number of Storms, but there's so few Blink Stalkers to protect them. Lings from the top right, Banes from the left, center, and right. And even with some decent Storms, there's just no way. There's just no way. Lambo gonna go up 2-0 and put himself on match point. Well done by Lambo. He is absolutely cooking. Yeah. No, you're right. Definitely Xylan exec. Definitely. Okay. I was like gaslighting myself. Welcome, imagination. Had to double check myself on that one. Lambo here. Yeah, he's definitely looking solid. All right, quick minute and a half of ads. Yeah, no, definitely. One was killed by the Queen earlier and one by the Storm. So that is a bug then. I guess if it dies to Storm, it doesn't show up on units lost. And I was certain that they both taken damage at the very least. Like hull damage, which is why I was confused. And then I saw no kills as well. I was like, that just doesn't really make any sense. All right, 10,000 feet. This could already be the end of this series. We've only got 4 best of 5s. Funnily enough, Liquipedia and I guess Maestros of the game in general only budgets an hour per best of 5. And I'm like, I don't think that's going to be right. But even with a delay on the start, we could still finish before the hour's even up in this first one. But this man looking to prevent that. Only just a man at just 19 years old. It is Arrogfire. One of the youngest GMs ever. And spawning down in the bottom right, it is the Shopify Rebellion's Lambo. In the blue. I think it still belongs to Iba. I believe Iba is the youngest GM. But I'm pretty sure Arrogfire is still... He's still, like, there, you know? Now, at this point in the series, you got to be thinking, oh, man, I've never taken a map off this guy. Feels bad, man. These have been scrappy games. Game 1 in particular felt like Arrogfire did have his chances. And if he maybe recognizes the mutas a little bit earlier and gets a couple less immortals, maybe there's 9-year-old Chinese kid in GM. That's totally possible. Totally possible. Got the fancy pants micro once again with that probe. Oh, it is early. It is early where I am right now. But obviously very happy to be here for Maestros the Game 2. Tomorrow starts 2 hours later, so a little bit more time for people that maybe slept in a little bit. I may end up actually switching my locale tomorrow. We probably won't do it tomorrow, actually. Oh, Adept does shade forward. This is the first time the first Adept has shaded in. And it will get rewarded with a couple of drones hitting from the high ground. He's going to get the kill. That is such a nice little move. I do think part of what makes Hero such an amazing player is that he varies up what he does so often. So many players, so many Protoss players in particular, never mix it up with how they utilize their Adepts. And you can see there, Lambo was trying to get away with just 2 lings. Now, well... Actually, if Lambo chases these down, this would actually still be nice for Lambo, I think. Oh, he wants the probe, though. And he will get it. Oh, those Adepts shading back immediately into death. That ain't particularly nice. A little bit awkward. And yeah, Lambo's going to be... He should be thrilled with that. Even with the loss of the early drone, losing one drone but killing 2 Adepts and a probe. Even if you lose, 9 Lings along the way. Because he also drained the Oracle energy a little bit. And Arrogfire did not energy recharge. He does have 2 Oracles coming in now into the natural, potentially. And there is a position right here. Same as with the Adepts. On the high ground. Ooh, this is really nice if he gets this Queen. And he will grab it. There we go. Okay. ZVP hinges so heavily on the early game. At the top level. Finally, an early game for Arrogfire that is actually going, I would say... I mean, the first part of it didn't go particularly well. But he is making plays. And... Oh, don't lose that Oracle, though. Does keep it alive. Adepts will get surrounded here. At least one of them's going down. He might get both. No. Shade's complete. Queen's actually pulled back. Oh, but never mind. He's going to get run down anyways. Layer, +1 melee, and a Roach Warren once again. Are we just going to see more of the same from Lambo? He did get a little bit supply block there. He's starting to actually overbuild Overlords. Could have run into the main here. Electing not to. Wants to kill the Adept. Oh, God, this Oracle in the natural. Oof. Does keep this alive. Oracle control is an art. Second Forge. Okay. Are we going to see old school hero style? Double Forge, 4 gas, very quick 4th base. Gateway Man extraordinaire. I think it's kind of crazy that Protoss players have just stopped playing it entirely. I'm not saying you should play it exclusively. Definitely not. I think that's not a great way to go about things. But I do think playing this style once in a while and being willing to transition out of it if you see your opponent is playing Lurkers, I think that's really good. Oh. Stalkers were doing some fancy shift-click blink micro. Then very quickly realized, oh, there's an Overlord there. Let me kill it. Actually going to get 2 Overlords, and this is supply blocking Lambo. Lambo is getting a very big swell of units once again. Lings are going to have +1 melee in a moment. This is very dangerous for Arrogfire. He's going so deep. And +1 melee going to complete just in time as the Stalkers blink back. How many Stalkers go down through the recall? A lot. A few of them do blink away. 4 Stalkers, but it was very close to a lot worse. Lambo going to be pushing the issue particularly hard now, I believe. Surprising he hasn't tried to kill off this debris. Wow, that might be like the next thing he does. 3 Oracles is relatively quite good against this kind of thing. And with no gases at the 3rd, I mean, it will be heavy gateway man play. Oracles are mostly out of juice. This is a big problem for Arrogfire. He's only got 1 with energy. And with their +1 melee, the Lings are doing very well against these Stalkers. +1 armor is very handy against this. Blink forward will find the Dropper Lord. I like Arrogfire's position quite well here. But there's a lot of things that can still go wrong for him. The +1 armor is going to help a ton. I don't think he recognizes yet. Like, he's still building probes. Now, he's got a good number of batteries at the 4th. And a couple of cannons and a battery at his 3rd. No defenses in the natural, though. And there's also no unit in the wall. Lambo setting up a 2nd Dropper Lord. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, Firefly Grave. At the very least, if he gets a competitive map, it's going to feel good moving forward. But he's a ways away from that so far. Ling's in the natural. Okay, good pull. Good pull from Arrogfire. He will pull those probes away. Good concave for Arrogfire with the Blink Stalkers. Most of the batteries, though, are already out of juice. Even with 3 batteries there. Oh, the Ling drop into the main. Void Ray being added in here. We do have Zealots on the other side of the map. Uh-oh. Arrogfire all of a sudden is starting to make a really nice counterattack. He'll be back to mining in the natural in a moment. Pulls the probes away from the 4th. It's an ultra chaotic situation. Stalker count is getting dwindled. Zealots on the other side of the map have been cleaned up. Lambo is getting currently outmined. It will get worse. Void Ray is going to pop out. There are a couple of queens here. Look at this. He's juggling queens and Ravagers. Unfortunately, not keeping... Oh, he does get the transfuse off. Just barely. There's just enough creep here. He needs the anti-air desperately. Zealot is going to clear up 2 of the queens. And Arrogfire has held for the moment. Lambo is up in army supplies still, but it is not here. It is in production. It is crossing the map. And Arrogfire is on 2-1 upgrades with +2 armor very far along. Now 4 probes at a time. I think Arrogfire is about to get his first competitive map win against Lambo. He's still got to be very careful. If he overcommits right now, it all could fall apart. Lambo is setting up for a big flank here. The upgrades, though, make these units so strong. No, Void Ray is clicking on a Ravager Egg. That's the worst thing it could be attacking right now. Ravager Eggs are they don't have a tag, untagged. That means they don't take bonus damage from anything. And the Void Ray didn't even clear it out, almost died. Oracle number 1 is still in trouble. Lambo might have turned this back around on Arrogfire. Arrogfire's warping in Stalkers. I might have cast or cursed the youngster. Oh, this is such a painful map. If he had just chilled, this game is all but his. Rebuild probes, maybe even start +3 weapons, but GG, well played, good luck is going to get called. Lambo turns it back around on him, makes it defensively happen, and will take the game in the series and complete the sweep. That actually makes me so sad for the youngster. After the first 2 games, it seemed pretty likely that he was like Lambo was going to take the series. But it would have been nice to see Arrogfire at least win his first competitive map. But you got to hand it to Lambo. He recognized his win condition. His win condition was opponent underestimates the power of my army, pushes way too far forward onto creep. I ambush the army. I counterattack and kill him. And that's what happened. Now, I'm not going to say it would have changed the outcome of the match necessarily, but I do wonder what happens if that Void Ray pulls back right away. Or is just generally shooting the right units. I don't think it's going to be enough. I think more so than anything, he just needed to chill. He just needed to stay at home. But yeah, it's easy to misunderstand your position, surely. All right, next up is going to be Solar versus Percival. That one will take place on the Korean server. That one's going to be on Mog. Oh, wow. We got a lot of Lambo believers and no one believing in Arrogfire. And to be honest, I can't really blame that. Now, I didn't look up yet Solar versus Percival. I'm guessing we're going to have a little bit of a break between. Percival has won maps and series versus Solar, but Solar is 41-6 in series. Now, I will say, if you look at their last 4 series, they're 2-2. 2-2 in the last, like, 2 months. Wow. If we just cherry pick since since April 20th, there you go. Since 4/20 of this year, yeah, they're 2-2, and Percival has been on the come up in a crazy good way, crazy impressive way. All right, is there going to be a little break? Yes, there will be. Shoot, we got to do something. Be right back. Oh, yeah, it's like a 12-minute countdown. Okay, cool. Oh. Are we... Oh, we got to adjust that. Oh, looks like we're getting into game. Picture in picture. Well, we're going to get into the game itself. Yeah, I don't agree just yet, More Thunder, but we'll maybe talk about that a little bit. All right, spawning down in the bottom left of BlackRock. It is Percival. In the blue. And his opponent spawning up the top right. It is Solar. In the red. Oh, Percival like never does this. We got a command center first. Ayaya. Ayaya. So okay, there's a lot of things. Either way, something new needs to come along, I feel. That's exactly it, Aaron the Buffalo. I think it's very, very good to mix things up. I think it's very good to mix things up. I think 12 workers was too many. From what I've seen so far, okay, so there's a lot of things to think about here with this. There's people that are complaining that you'll have nothing to do in the early game, and now there's just a ton of wasted time, blah, blah, blah. And I get that, but it's only about 45 seconds or so difference. That is really not a lot. That is really not a lot. And I understand people that are annoyed that you're going to have to relearn builds, all this stuff, but I don't know. I think the value of reinvigorating the game potentially is very high. This is the second biggest patch we've ever had in StarCraft 2's history. I wish units rotate too. To me, that's the dream. That is the dream, actually. Is you just go crazy with it. Now, this is really interesting. Command center first into double barracks. And then a third racks behind it. He's slowly saturating this second gas. Gonna be able to get combat shields. Oh, God. Oh, my God, Depot. Holy crap. Third CC? Oh, wow. So Percival's been doing a lot of 3cc, 3 racks, 3cc, or 3cc, 3 racks. But this is the first time I've seen him go command center first into 3 barracks into a third CC. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Psycho. I agree 100%. And maybe I'm too optimistic. Oh, God, I love this. I love the usage of the shrubs here. Ling's looking for this one SCV. Very good quick pull from Percival. Oh, but he does snipe the SCV nonetheless. Now it's going to be up to Solar to recognize what's coming. And... Wow, double engineering bay behind this. This is very interesting. He still doesn't even have a factory yet. He's going to be starting that 1-1 almost certainly before the factory starts up. Oh, he is a little bit supply blocked at 46, waiting for the command center to finish. And a depot, for that matter. Solar getting single Evo himself. Man, this is a wild build, actually, from Percival. Honestly, looking at this... Yeah, the funny thing about this is you can't start the armory until the factory's done. And obviously, without the armor, you can't start 2-2. So he needs that factory now just to continue his upgrades. Solar will see the push out. He's building a lot of overlords, actually. BlackRock, of course, a very interesting map. We got the orcs, but we've also got a ton of bushes everywhere, which I really think is going to be cool. I think it's going to lead to some very cool games because of these bushes. Solar has droned up to a very nice worker count against this. But he does need to make sure he doesn't take big damage. Oh, Transfuse not able to keep those queens alive. There's a lot of damage. Already getting 2 queen kills. Marines just trying to trade here and doing a pretty decent job. Killing 2 queens, 7 lings for just 3 Marines. That's very good. But, oh, that's a nice little ambush here. Stim is a little bit late, and that is going to be a very good cleanup here for Solar. Now Percival, now it feels like he's kind of in a terrible spot. It feels like he was trying to bamboozle Solar, and Solar was not bamboozled at all. And now I kind of feel like Solar's maybe not in total control of this game yet, but feels like it is very strong for him. This is the updated version of BlackRock, by the way. The TLMC 22 version, so Avex has put some updates into it. Which is pretty cool. God, this Overlord / Overseer is giving so much information. I do like this depot for advanced warning about run-bys. Solar working away at the rocks. Very good creep spread from Solar. 2-2 fires up. It is a fast 2-2. Oh, that's a nice little stim. Going to grab one of these queens. Going to clear up a little bit of creep. 4th base just now completing for Solar. First 2 medevacs are on the field. Second Evo is in production. And just finished. He can go straight into +2. Exactly what we're going to see. Oh. Good save on the Marines here. Hey, there's the fun bit. Fun fact, you can build on this. You can build on this. You can also drop tanks up here. Just the places that have wood paneling. I'm so sad this map didn't get played. I wanted so bad. I had the sickest strat. Ooh, counterattack on the other side of the map. Gonna find 2 tanks on siege. Gets one immediately. Second one also going down. Not even able to spin its turret around fast enough. Very quick hive behind this as well for Solar. He's already on 79 drones. Nice transfuse. Keeps the 1 queen alive. Percival does have a 4th CC on the way, getting drilling claws as well. And the second factory is on the verge of completion. Queens at the front. A little bit of creep will get taken out. Percival trying to slip past, but Solar's on top of him. Good job to hear from Solar. +1 melee will kick in a moment. Percival's upgrades, once 2-2 kicks in, it is going to be a lot easier for him to find some nice trades. Oh, this triple... Oh my god, he dropped back into the main. Doom dropping kind of. Joined up with the second set of medevacs. If he can target these Banes, this becomes a huge problem. 2-2 is moments away from completing. He's not going to be able to target the Banes. Good job from Solar to wait until the rest of the Banes show up. Queen's kind of forbidding the medevacs from flying down. 5th base, meanwhile, is going to be in some trouble. Oh, I love this. Setting up in the shrubs. Unfortunately, the siege tank is still exposed. It can be seen and hit, since it is just barely poking out of there. Drilling Claw Mine does manage to fire, but a great split from Solar. Oh, man. The armor kicks in for Solar, but he is still down an upgrade. And Percival is starting to really make things happen here. Drop in between this position. 1 medevac will fall. Baneling connects, but it's just 1. Now there's no medevac energy left, but he does snipe a bunch of queens. Percival coming alive in game number 1. Holy moly. Oh no, Solar building a second Ultra Cavern. He's already got one. He's lost his 5th base. It's now 4 base to 4. Adrenal Glands is going to kick in a moment. But Percival is absolutely cooking here with the multi-prong. Absolutely cooking. What? The resources lost is insane. Oh my god, the trades for Percival are so good. He feels like the Zerg in this game at this point. Not on the resources lost. He feels very much like the Terran there. But in terms of just swarming his opponent everywhere. Oh, Banelings do get a decent couple of connections on the bio. Will that be enough to allow for a little bit of a stabilize? Oh my god, Chitinous Blading is going to get denied. Huge pick. And that will likely prevent the stabilization. We've got Anabolic Synthesis was being made on the second Ultra Cavern. Surely he wasn't intending that from the start, was he? Bio does survive here. Against the Lings. No Banelings there. Vipers have been added in. Infestors are about to hit the field, but I don't think Solar can hold any longer. He's only on 3 bases. And Percival's got a 5th base that just finished on location. Yeah, this feels like this is done and dusted. Percival. Oh, we are going to see Solar get a jump on a few reinforcements in the middle of the map. Very nice hot pickup, saving that 1 tank. But Percival's about to get his 3-3 kicked in. Solar. Well, it was looking good for him for a while until very suddenly, very quickly, it wasn't any longer. No Chitinous Plating rebuild. That Ultra gets absolutely popped. And Percival takes a sick game number 1. No, I disagree, Galenus. I disagree. I actually don't think it's going to be... I don't think it's going to be that. I think that there's going to be a lot more in the early game. I think early game is going to be a lot more interesting. Personally, the thing is, it's too early to say. It's absolutely too early to say. And I think it's okay to have opinions on it, but I think some people are getting a little bit too extreme about it. I played SC2 for maybe a week before I realized it was much too hard for me, but there's something entrancing about watching it. Hell yeah. And likes to code and likes to have good takes. I agree. It's tough. Honestly, I do think the warp gate stuff is actually to me that's actually crazier than the worker change by a lot. I think well, I still haven't even had a chance to actually look at the patch notes in general. I mean, 1, it's been really busy, but 2, it's also just like there's so much to look for. I don't think Kindle Cloud Reader, I don't think people are complaining about ZVT mid-game disappearing, although it is less common than it used to be. Percival and Solar, this is an exception. Many players still play a strong mid-game in ZVT, to be clear. Yeah, I shouldn't say it's the exception. That's not fair at all. That's not fair. ZVT, though, is the exception, I think. Generally. All right, here we go. Spawning up at the top right, it is Solar. And his ally... Oh, sorry, his opponent, Percival. I've been casting too much 2v2. Best of 3. This is a best of 5. Best of 5. This is a play-in for Maestros of the game. Winner makes it in. Let me take a look at some of the other folks. Oh, Roddy's just using webcam for now. I think it's just good to, like... Must be a big tourney. It is. This is a $20,000 tournament. Too much 2v2. Yep, way too much 2v2. Oh, 2 racks Reaper. That was funny because it felt like Solar did a great job. Kind of played, I feel like, perfectly against the initial setup from Percival, but Percival just dialed the pressure up the whole way through and eventually kind of just crushed him. Honestly, super sick. And Percival beating Solar would actually be a massive upset, in my opinion. And a massive, like, shakeup. Not in the sense that he can't do it. I know Percival can do it. But in the sense that it feels as though this would really be the culmination of Percival's hard work and dedication and practice paying off. Oh, Solar taking drones off gas very quickly. That's not good against a 2 racks Reaper. He's going to find out now. Does he resaturate the gas? Yeah. You want that link speed as soon as possible against this. And he does switch things up, but this means his link speed will be about 10 seconds later than normal. Maybe not 10 seconds. It's like 7 or 8. But the thing is, Percival won't know that necessarily, so he's still probably going to get out of here at 3:30. No, it is about 10 seconds. Yeah. Shouldn't have doubted myself. 3rd barracks coming in. Will he add the 4th? Unlikely, because he's on double gas. Oh, awkward rally. Unfortunately, there's the 3rd CC. 3 CC, 3 racks. Percival's been going for this. And he just feels confident. My friend who played Brood War, I played the newest expansion, said the game was harder with the new expansion. Is that true? StarCraft 2? Yes. Legacy of the Void became much more difficult. Much more multitasking, much more speed-oriented. Yeah. But I think the game was already very difficult. It's, again, the double engineering bay. Very fast upgrades here from Percival. I think this is really cool. It feels like he's locked into something that, yeah, feels quite strong. Now, I wonder how this will play out off the 2 racks Reaper, because his economy will not be anywhere near as good as it was. Still going to be strong, but not anywhere near as strong as it was. Does he lift the barracks? Yes. Yeah, that felt very much like he was about to lift the barracks here. I like that. Multitasking is fun. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not saying it's not fun. No, I think Legacy of the Void was a huge step up from Heart of the Swarm. But I think more so than the 12 worker start, I think it was the addition of so many more multitasking-oriented units, and also the reduction of minerals in the main. I think that's the bigger thing. I think we went a little bit too far, though, away from being able to make one base play happen. I mean, you can still have fun with it. You can still have fun with it. That's the thing. And the new iteration of the patch may slow down the game a decent bit. Now, we do have a layer on the way. How many lings are on the field? Oh, Solar does not want to be wasting lings right now. He's building 18 more, but he already loses a few. Queens have transfused. It was a pretty early stim. Solar wants the wraparound here. He will get a decent one. Grenade, actually, I would say kind of working against him there. That's going to be an extremely good cleanup. Now this kind of feels like Percival can't hold his 3rd base. No tanks yet, no factory units at all. Yeah, no, definitely this 3rd can be forced to be lifted, but Solar's not going to push across the map. He's going to play it safe. Definitely will need a faster Evo chamber number 2 than he got in the first game. I feel like that was his big problem. And honestly, it feels like the upgrades are once again going to be massively in favor of Percival. They're actually quite a bit faster than the previous game. and his armory is going to be a little bit late. That will cut into his 2-2 timing, but it's still going to be a strong 2-2 timing. If you don't think one base is viable in the current patch, watch this morning's RSL. There are very few games where it is viable. And I've seen proxy 1-1-1s from TVP. I've seen games where it works. I think we're still a little bit too far away from like one base plays. And I like the idea of one base tech as well being like a viable setup. Right now, so someone was talking about it, the triangle of tech expansion or tech economy aggression. Right now, you can't go tech early because by the time it can pay off, your opponent's economy has already paid off and they can tech. Oh, we are going to be seeing... Ooh. Decent Baneling hit right there. There is a lot of creep right here on White Rabbit. White Wabbit. I should focus on this game. I should focus on this series. Shouldn't talk too much about the new patch, even though it's very interesting right now. Very, very interesting. I will give it the time it deserves. And it's a doozy. Once again, I've said this already a couple of times. It is the second largest patch in StarCraft 2's history. 16 years. It is the second largest patch of all time. The largest patch is Legacy of the Void. And that was a full expansion. In terms of actual patches, just patches, it is the biggest one ever. Because the other ones are expansions, yeah. Oh, nice juke right there from Solo. Recognizing Percival was going to try and target those down. Baneling drive-by does get a few units. That one, I won't disagree with you on that one, More Thunder. Yeah, no, it does feel like Protoss gets hit in the head pretty damn hard. I think it's a little egregious even, honestly. I will say Warp Gate should have been changed many years ago. Toss was super unpopular. It's always been a race that people have whined and complained about, myself included. Even up to like a few days ago. I'm not going to pretend. I'm not going to pretend I'm above that. 2-2 done now for Percival. He is way down in army supply, but he's got a strong position on this for fifth base. Solar does not like the way this is set up, and he's just going to back away. I think that's the right call. His Hydralisks are down 3 upgrades. His melee is down 2. He can give up the 4th and be okay, or 5th and be okay. Not comfy. I think this is still very good for Percival, but I think taking a fight and losing the 5th anyways would have been far, far worse. So he re-expands to the middle. Does snipe a medevac that's trying to get in the main. It's not a fully loaded one, but that's still nice for Solar. Oh, this will allow for a kill on these tanks. This tank. Lurker Den getting fired up. Percival has been macroing like a beast behind this. He does need to saturate his gases at the 4th. Oh, Banelings get some big detonations. Percival trying to fight in 2 places at once. It is not an easy thing to do. One side getting completely cleaned up. Now in the main, the drop getting pushed away as well. And all of a sudden, we got a 50 army supply advantage. It was looking really good for Percival. But he tried to stretch his lead a little bit more. And, well, that wasn't what he needed to be doing. Unfortunately, tank is going to get taken down from the other side of the rocks with the ranged Hydras. They've got their range upgrade, of course. +1 vehicle weapons is in production. We've got Ghosts being added in here. Siege tanks do get taken out rather quickly. One of them barely even getting a shot off. And I think Solar might actually just crack him right here. He's completed his +1 missile and +2 carapace. Banelings are going to get on top of the SCV line. It is forced to run away. He's just shift-click that around. But Solar counterattacking and taking game number 2. Evening the series at 1 apiece. I mean, I don't think this was ever going to be a 3-0 either way. But it's off to a fun and exciting start. I mean, I think the you can go from winning to losing in TVZ in the blink of an eye. At both sides, yep. Both ways. One drop gets cleaned up, you know, very quickly. You're multi-pronging as the Terran. One attack gets cleaned up cleanly because you're paying attention to the other one. Same thing as the Zerg. A drop gets in undetected, kills a mineral line, kills a base. I mean, there's a reason that TVZ is one of the favorite matchups. It is because it is so explosive. It is so wild. At Eternity's Edge is going to be map number 2 here. Protoss should be nerfed until all round of 8s are 50-50 Terran Zerg, perfectly balanced. Nice. As a new player, I didn't understand what was wrong with it. With Protoss, I think a lot of it comes down to frustration and personal failings, you know? This is a game that is harsh on your ego. But, you know, people are egotistical. People don't like losing. Warp Gate is fun as shit. I don't think you'll have everyone agreeing with that take. I think a lot of people find Warp Gate very frustrating, particular, you know, Prism in the main. Warping a ton of Zealots in there feels bad. Play Protoss, it's a blast. I know it's a blast to play. I'm talking about both sides. No one is saying that playing Protoss isn't fun. With Warp Gate. Like, it obviously is. All right, here we go. Spawning up at the top left. It is Solar. In the red. And his opponent spawning down in the bottom right. It is Percival. In the blue. I don't like losing to lurkers. Let's get rid of him. You don't need to be combative. I'm not saying that... Like I already said, I don't think that it's necessarily a good thing to get rid of Warp Gate. I'm explaining the reasoning. I'm not saying I think it's a certain way. There's lots of room for stuff to get changed still. At Eternity's Edge. This is it. That's Eternity's Edge right there. Who would have thought it was just like a stairway, you know? With an Ewok sitting next to a portrait with a chair in front of it. Very much Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness energy. That's not true, More Thunder. That one I'm not going to let you get away with. No, Protoss has been overpopulating GM for a very, very long time, and that's not something you can get away with. Cyril and Maru not signing up is not the reason that there's no Zergs in the weekly. Zergs in general have not wanted to play the weeklies for a long time. I think the current patch is better than it's been for a very long time, which is nice. I think it was a step in the right direction. I will agree, it's fun to make the game bombastic and big. The thing that's like, regardless, this is exciting. This is exciting. Like, people have strong opinions, and the game has not been getting as much attention as it's gotten in the last, like, 3 days for, like, maybe 3 months, it feels like. You know? Zombie Grub basically hasn't done anything for StarCraft 2. I think she's cast maybe 2 weeklies in the last, like, 3 months. And she's already done more streams for StarCraft 2 than she has in the, once again, like, preceding 3 months. All right. Yeah, I got to stop reading chat. Let's focus on the games at hand. We got a much more standard opener here from Percival. He was in a really good spot in game number 2, I think, for quite a while. I mean, Protoss is probably the safest it's ever been, honestly. Ooh, Armory coming in from Percival. Oh, we're going to see Hellbat Banshee. That is quite surprising. He's still building Hellions, going up to 10. Solar is a player that will not play Roaches unless he is playing Roaches. He does not do what Cyril does and, you know, open up defensive Roaches often into quote-unquote regular macro play. He's either going 1-1 Roach with a lot of Roaches, or he is playing Lingbane. And it's Lingbane Hydra, Lingbane Muta, but usually Lingbane Hydra. Sometimes Lingbane right up into Ultras like we saw in Game 1. But it is a hard swing one way or another. And he has skipped Baneling Nest. God, that is so many Hellions right here. He's going to have 12 Hellbats. And I don't think he can hold this. With what he's got, how the hell is he supposed to? Solar has been caught snoozing. Been caught taking it for granted. Transfuses will get used, but there's just so many Hellbats, no Banelings. 7 Queens is actually not a crazy amount, and already so many of them have gone down. 4 Queens dying in the blink of an eye. It is just pandemonium in the Zerg third base. No, don't lose the okay, that's very awkward. Loses the Banshee to the Spore. But there's still so many Hellbats left over. Would really love to see some of them morph back into Hellions and go chasing these drones. But at the same time, it feels like he doesn't want to, like, let Solar get away with a cleanup. Because if you do that too much, the Lings will actually deal with things. They're going to try and go for the fight. And then enough of the Hellions were low on HP. They actually will get the full cleanup. Good job from Solar to recognize when he could go for the fight. And all told, that actually went so much better for Solar than I really ever expected. But that being said, it went terribly. 7 Queens, 5 drones, 41 Zerglings. However, he did lose both Banshees. This was a big commitment from Percival, but this was a very successful attack. Very successful. Could it have been a little better? Yeah. Keeping both Banshees alive, that would have been it. That would have been the ideal. I do love the idea of going into an 8 racks behind this. Gonna hide the OV or the additional barracks in the main. Now this is gonna be a 6 gas 8 racks. Don't be surprised if we see 3 tech labs come down here. I don't think we'll see a Ryung play, a Ryung 8 racks where it's like 2 factories and 8 barracks with tech labs, and it's just like a gigantic army. I actually think that might be the best play, actually. even better than just the 8 racks with 4 tech labs total for the big Marine Marauder tank push. No, okay, he is going naked racks, at least initially. 12 Marines at a time. A lot of Marines. Oh, he's going to get a 4th CC. Okay. Creep spread is not great for Solar right now. And Hydra range just completed. Hydra speed just started. 1-1 is pretty quick, and it's the range upgrade for Solar. That's going to make his Hydras decent. Without speed, they will struggle. Baneling speed is on the way. It's getting closer and closer to completing, but these tanks are in a good spot. Oh! I think he just shot his own tank. I think Percival just friendly fired his own tank down. No! Solar doesn't kill the tank. It's on 1 HP. Oh, wow. Okay, so they both blunder around tanks, but it is going to be Percival who just burns through his opponent's army. The Marines, man with gun, go burr. It's still very close. I want to see, did he? Yeah, Percival did shoot his own tank. Oh, that's so devastating. But it's not going to be enough to actually stop this push. Hydras are coming out piecemeal. It's not enough. And Percival breaks through with the 8 racks. And while I'm talking about finesse plays and the follow-up pushes and all that, Percival's busy winning the game with the extra few Marines he got. Very impressive. Very impressive. Three-minute break and go for game 4. Okay, cool. So we got a 3-minute break. So we can talk a little bit about what's going on. Here's the only Protoss who can make it past the round of 8 non-weekly tournaments. Damn. That is a take. That is a take. It is objectively incorrect, unfortunately. Well, not unfortunately. That's a good thing. I think Hero is by far the best Protoss player at this point. But yeah, Classic absolutely can. Despite the fact that I think he is, at times, extremely inflexible as a player. How you doing, Seb? Max packs in every non-offline tournament. Max packs is a weird one because, yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. It just his existence. Yeah, I don't know. How so? Well, because he doesn't go to offline events, right? Bum, 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 bum. Somebody made the... I don't even know what to say. It is a pretty funny... pretty funny post. Someone said that if the sponsor's planning on reducing and or removing funding, this is a heads up that if the PTR changes get pushed to the live servers, then there are several sponsors who are planning on leaving the scene. This means less tournaments and less payouts for tournaments. What? That's just subjectively not true. Because to be honest, there's not a whole lot of sponsors. It just means Wardy, no? I mean, Wardy apparently, like yesterday, was threatening to walk away, but he's not a sponsor. He's a tournament organizer. That is a very different scenario. And I'm going to tell you, if he backs off and doesn't cover stuff, someone will step up and do it. Because the viewership is far too good. He is an excellent tournament organizer. But someone will step up. All right, here we go. Spawning up at the top right. It is Solar. Oh, and we got something cheeky coming this way. Spawning down in the bottom left, it is Percival. And we have got not one, but two barracks crossing the field. He built a gas. Oh, no. Oh, this is going to get scouted immediately. You would stab another guy like that? Oh, my God! No way! No way! You are kidding me! What? That over... Oh, my God! Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. I think I'm not even saying it's me. It's just I like there's for sure there is someone that will be willing to put stuff in, you know? I understand if Wardy doesn't like the patch, he can absolutely vent his frustrations, and that's totally reasonable. Wow. Okay, we got a Roach 1 coming in. This is a proxy 2 racks, not a proxy 3 racks. One base Roach is not a good response to a proxy 2 racks because you can have the factory very quickly at home. You can have it out in time to deal with a counterattack. Oh, this is looking very good on paper for Percival to start things off. Love the repair on the SCV. Queen is going to be in jeopardy. If Percival's quick, he might be able to jump this. No, doesn't pop out of the bunker. Doesn't want to risk it. Oh, but actually he does now. Okay. Oh, man. If he'd been on top of this right away, he would have killed that queen. Made the move late. Lair. Okay. He's already started 4 roaches in production. Lair is an interesting choice. I gotta be honest, I haven't really seen this often. Bunker. No, 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 don't let him get the salvage. Oh, everything that could go wrong for Solar so far. Misreading the build, missing the scout, and now not even getting the salvage. Now, this is nice. He's going to find at least 1 Marine. Ooh, the slow zones. Wow, they're going to affect the roaches too. Marines, I think, will make it home. First Cyclone is in production. This is already very good for Percival. Creep Tumor is dropped. Now, what is Solar going to try and do with the lair? It is worth noting that the Spire is faster than normal build time. You could drop the Spire here as the barracks tries to go into the main base. He's going to see the lair complete. Bunker's done on the other side. Command Center just starts. I actually think the bunker is an over-defend. I think this is a mistake from Percival. I think this Command Center should have been a lot faster. It is going to be a Spire. Oh, he did exactly what... Oh, my God. He did exactly what I was talking about. Holy shit, I feel so smart. I feel so smart. But Percival is even smarter. Oh, Cyclone gets a kill on one of these roaches. Percival's got to be careful. He should not be pushing across the map. Two-base layer, or two-base spire at this point actually feels really quite good, I think. Solar is going to be able to start mining from his natural faster. We do have a fake cloak coming in. A lot of mind games. A lot to digest already in this game. It's going to be a medevac drop into the main base. There's not a whole hell of a lot that deals with this particularly well until the mutas pop out. Solar's only going to have cash for like 4 mutas, though. Maybe a... No, yeah, it's basically just going to be 4. And at that point, all of a sudden, a Viking's not even bad. Viking and a Cyclone. One Overlord does go down. Queen stays alive. 2 mutas is such a pitiful amount. Because he's supply blocked, he can't even build the next set. He's only on 3 gases. Percival, 3rd CC is about to complete. He's still a ways away from having triple orbital. In fact, he's only on double orbital right now. But 4 mutas is not a game-winning number, even 6. But it can allow you to kind of wrestle map control away. The thing is, once triple mule kicks in, this game, oh my god, it gets so rough for Solar. He doesn't even have a 3rd base on the way just yet. Spire or mutas, they get scouted? Engineering base starts up. Okay, I think he just now realizes we got a bunker starting up at the natural. Marines being on the map is not ideal. Cyclone and Marines. Okay, they're going to look to intercept. Stim will be done in a moment. Oh, getting that lock on is really big. Almost gets the kill, but it does survive. 4 HP. 1 more Marine shot, and that would have gone down. The fact that the medevac gets home is really big as well, because now you can stim without worrying too much as Percival. He is a little bit supply blocked, but this is such a good situation for him. 40 equal worker counts and no 3rd base for the Zerg. This is so bad for Solar. The mutas needed to do so much, and they have done nothing so far. Missile turret's going to be done here. 1-1 on the way for Percival, as well as combat shields now. The supply block really hurting Percival, actually. That blocked a few SCVs worth of production, like maybe like 4. Oh, there's the Banshee. The Banshee on the other side of the map. Oh, that is insane. I think Percival's doing it. If he doesn't panic, if he doesn't freak out, and doesn't, start making big blunders, I think he is on the verge of punching his ticket. Now, attacking into Roach, maybe not the best move. Roach speed is done. There's no combat shields. There's no 1-1. He doesn't need to go right now. Solar is actually starting to find good value with the mutas. This is actually worst case scenario for Percival, but he's got so much bio. Is it going to be okay? He's going to kill a lot of drones at the 3rd. And drones for SCVs right now favors Percival solidly. Combat shields, though, is in a lot of trouble. He does not want to lose that. He's going to try and pull the SCVs to repair. Oh, and that will be enough to keep it alive. We don't mind. God, it's burrowing so slowly, but it's fast enough. Just barely fast enough. And now combat shields will complete. Solar is up an army supply. Percival needs to be a little bit careful right now, but as long as he doesn't eat big biles, I think he is just fine. Stutter stepping through them avoids them easily. I like the little SCV pull just to give him a little bit of extra bulk with his army. 10 SCVs going down is still totally fine for Percival, but it will give Solar back the worker lead. However, now 1-1 is going to kick in. Solar not able to get those biles connected. Now he's stuck in the slow zones. Oh, this is all Percy. Massive pickoffs there. Solar has managed to find an incredible amount of... landing the Viking is the funniest thing. The muscle memory right there. Oh, I got to get this out of the air so it's safe. It just dies anyways. Because, mutas can also shoot ground. Percival did have his 3rd and 4th barracks heavily impacted on their build time. He is a little bit tunnel visioned, I think, on winning this game right now. But he is still doing a lot. Forces lost mining in the main, kills a couple more workers. There are 3 Ravagers here, 4 even. But no Corrosive Biles coming in. We're going to see 2 of the Ravagers falling. Now the Corrosive Biles will be attempted, but it's not enough to kill the tank. And that is going to be a continuation of this push on the right side. Third base in huge trouble. Main base looks like it has mostly been cleaned up. Mutas are going to dive this one tank. They will kill it very easily. It was super low on HP. Oh, nice Roach positioning, forcing a lot of friendly fire on the bio. That will allow Solar to drive this back for the moment. Percival is going to start to mine in earnest, though, in the third base. Proper mining there. Proper muling, too. Solar is holding on by the skin of his teeth. But now Liberator's showing up. No Ravagers left over, just the one. 2 more are somewhere, but they're not here. However, this is a very rushed attack. The drop in the main base is going to find a couple more workers. Percival, you can feel how badly he wants to win right here, right now. But he is, I think he's panicking and rushing this a little bit, and he really doesn't need to. Just wait for 2-2. Take a breath. Build a 4th CC. He's already got one. Get a second factory. There it is. Really just wait for your 2-2. Make sure you don't take a disastrous fight in the meanwhile. And there is going to be basically nothing Solar can do. Honestly, maybe not even wait for 2-2. Wait for like 6 or 7 tanks. But as it is, we're going to see Solar getting a lot of units here. He's got a huge Roach Ravager force now. And Percival has been bleeding out tanks on these aggressive rallies. He even took the 4th base on location. Solar knows it's do or die. He has to win this game, but these 2 tanks on the high ground are putting in massive work. Still no Corrosive Biles to kill them. Just now getting in range. Percival kiting back. He's so close to his 2-2, but Solar is actually starting to break through. SCVs will pull. Is that going to be enough? I think it just might be enough to buy time for that 2-2. +1 missile will complete in a moment for Solar as well. But it's still going to be a net loss for him as he'll be now down 2 upgrades instead of just 1. 24 SCVs go down, but the Roach Ravager has been all but cleaned up. There are mules ready to go. Solar getting a lot done. Oh, this is still dangerous. The medevacs are actually out of juice. There's one that has energy. Another tank will show up. It gets a good siege. Oh, man. This is a proper game right now. Solar not making it into the main tournament would be a huge upset. And Percival, I mean, this would be such a nice result for him to make it in here. Solar does have a 4th base finally up and running. And he's actually up in... Oops. He's actually up in workers once again. Nice drop, though, on the top side. Going to get a lot of drones, as well as the Queen here. Just trades away some bio units, kills 13 workers. Oh, man, if Percival had chilled out a little bit more, he could have been waltzing to a victory. But you can really feel the hunger right here. You can really feel how badly he wants to close this out, and that it's kind of rushing, causing him to rush some of his attacks. He's got 3 missile turrets in production. Terrified of Tunneling Claws Roaches, apparently. And to be fair, that's one of the few things that maybe could actually swing the game back in Solar's favor. But Solar can't even afford them. Percival building just 2 tanks, cutting bio for the moment. What's he saving up for? Even adding a couple more medevacs. Yeah, he's only on 7, so it's not like it's a crazy amount. Now he cancels the medevacs and pumps a big swell of bio. Okay. I do think if he goes with just a maxed out army of tank, marine, marauder, and at this point 3-3 against layer tech Zerg with no overwhelming economy, you are just going to absolutely steamroll through your opponent. Now, we actually see the third base coming under heavy fire again. Percival can click it down, and he will click it down. Solar is going to be forced to tap out, and Percival has got to be popping way the hell off. Absolutely massive dub for Percy. Massive, massive dub. Oh, that has got to feel... That has got to feel amazing for him. Damn, that is really, really impressive and very nice. Kind of a whimpering end to a wild game. A little bit. A little bit. But to be fair, I will say that that game was kind of over. In theory, it could have been over after the mutas basically got nothing done. But Solar did a great job of kind of capitalizing on Percival's missteps. There are people who will say that the game was over after the natural dies. And I won't say it's over, but I'll say that it's a pretty tough situation for sure. It was? You think it was after the natural dies? I think it is if your opponent doesn't get something big done, from my understanding of ZVT. Honestly, I fall more into that boat than not. I just think that there are a lot of plays that can get the Zerg back into the game. It's just if you scout them, or even... Because he didn't actually scout the mutas. He scouted the Spire initially. That would have been a very different situation. It's funny, Kindle Cloud Reader, because you're talking about like how much better the game would have been strategically if you started with 2 workers. I actually think it is more interesting when it's a setup like this, because you actually do have potential to craft multiple different builds of proxy 2 racks or proxy 3 racks, and the responses from Zerg are more dynamic as well. You can go with really, really early barracks, cut SCVs at a very early timing, or you can go with later, like more macro 2 racks. The Zerg player can also, like the early game decisions are actually more impactful. I know that it's not a guarantee. All of these things are true if it was 16 workers as well. That's actually not true at all. That's actually not true at all. Because at that point, you can't even proxy 2 racks. You literally can't. The Zerg economy will be way too big. The issue I have with lower workers, it just makes build order wins so much better. I'll agree with that. I'll agree with that. The thing is, I actually don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it's interesting to have build order wins. I think that there should be a cost to not playing safe. Now, that's a bold opinion. And to answer your question, is Josel, and also SOS versus Maru is going to be starting, pretty much now. I don't think we know yet whether, and I don't think we can know yet whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. But I think that people having a nuclear response saying, well, I'm just not going to, do whatever anymore. I'm done with StarCraft if this change happens. I think that's a little corny. And I also just think it's not true. I also think it's just not true. I agree the cost should be, if defended, the cheeser is mega behind, not a little, a lot. I agree with that too. That's the thing. right now, it feels like all-ins are kind of a thing of the past. That's obviously not entirely true. There are all-ins that are all-in. But it felt like before, if you truly committed with a massive gambit, if it was scouted or figured out or defended, you were just dead because there was no transitioning out. Now it feels like the economies ramp up so fast that you can't do builds that are that heavily committed. I agree with that as well, Josel. It's more impressive to be consistent Cyril style with more options in the early game since he will have to overdefend, whereas in current Legacy, the Void safe play is almost the same as greedy play. Yes, that is 100% how I feel. 100%. But isn't it also because what Lambo said, which is that all-ins have been consistently nerfed every time they became too effective? I mean, there's something to be said for that, yeah. The Marjorie was nerfed very quickly. You completely disagree, to be honest? I mean, hey, I don't think... I shouldn't say I think what Cyril has done is unimpressive. I think he is the most impressive player in StarCraft 2's history. I don't think there's anyone that is more impressive to me. But I do think... yeah, you can... I think it becomes even more impressive when you add that variance in. Oh, you're talking about that all-ins are still very viable, even cheeses? No, I think that too. I think that too. But I would like more. I also think it's ridiculous, the quote-unquote caster perspective of, well, what are we going to talk about for an extra 5 minutes every game? First of all, it's going to be like 45 seconds to a minute. And second of all, if our vocation is talking and you can't find something to talk about for 45 seconds to a minute, well, that's too damn bad. You probably picked the wrong career, didn't you? You probably shouldn't be doing this, should you? Now I have to do my job? Kind of. Yeah. And if you really hate that, if you really hate talking that much, fucking don't switch into the game for the first minute and a half. Sure, that's fine. That's fine, do that. There is so much to talk about in StarCraft 2. And you don't even have to talk about StarCraft 2 for the first minute and a half to 2 minutes. You can talk about whatever the fuck you want. It's your stream. You can do whatever you want. And then let's not pretend like there's an ESL around every corner where you're like, well, I'm going to have to fill for time, hurdy-durdy-dur, for 15 minutes in between segments. We don't have ESL anymore. So the entertainment is you. It's your stream. You're the entertainment. That's it. The game is definitely there, but there's shit to talk about. We have a Ligulac, which allows you to look at every single match that's been played in the history of StarCraft 2. You can talk about whatever the fuck you want. You can be like, man, breakfast this morning was great. It was terrible. I brushed my teeth. Does anyone else put the toothpaste in their mouth first and then brush their teeth? Actually, a baseball player does that. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I don't know why he decided to share this with the world. It was like when Victoria Beckham was like, I picked my nose. And it's like, oh, cool, Posh Spice. What? No one asked, genuinely. But thank you. This is an interesting story. And there's an excellent example of filling for time that is interesting. It was Harper, exactly. It was Bryce Harper. Yeah. Bruce Hooper. I understand. I understand. Like, it's going to be a lot of work. And I get not wanting to have to relearn every build order because as the players have to do with it, so will the casters. It's going to be a lot of fucking work. That's fine. If it makes the game better, then it is absolutely worth it. I haven't brushed my teeth in 3 weeks. Oh, no. Do you milk then cereal or cereal then milk? Another great discussion topic where you can fuck about, you know? If the point of the patch is to have diversity, then there shouldn't really be that much downtime early game. The thing is, eventually people will be right. And I was thinking about this yesterday. People are trying to say the people that are detractors of this patch, and I once again, I get it, change is scary. It is. But people that are detractors of this patch are going back to the idea, well, you're just going to have players figuring out the game again. They're just going to go back. They're going to find out what's been happening. They're going to be like, yeah, you know, all you need to do is do this. But they're not going to start out knowing that. It's going to be a journey. And we're going to get to see skill sets put into play that we haven't seen since the beginning of expansions, where players that are really good at figuring things out are going to be rewarded. And that's cool. That is really cool. Yes, the end point in, I don't know, maybe it'll take 6 months. Maybe it'll take 6 weeks. Maybe it'll take 3 years. Who knows how long it'll take to figure out the game. At the very least, it is going to be something where we can enjoy the journey. And I think pretending like that's a bad thing is the worst thing we could do. Pretending like it's not good to enjoy strategically learning about new strategies in the game sucks. I think that sucks. I think it sucks to pretend that that's not neat. That's my rant. That's another thing, too, Ijozo. We haven't seen Ravagers, Cyclones, Liberators, Disruptors, Adepts, any of that with a pre-12 worker start. What if all of a sudden it turns out that one base Disruptor drop is a sick build because of the way that tech rushing works? How fucking cool would that be? How cool would that be? That would be fucking dope. That sounds awesome. I think that'd be really cool. I mean, you are close, Kindle Cloud Reader. I actually do think that a big patch for StarCraft 2, a big shakeup would be awesome. After, let's say, a year. It doesn't, the thing is, it doesn't have to be a worker change. And like, it is entirely possible. People are acting like this is definitively going to go through. It's entirely possible that the worker change doesn't go through. For me, I'm not saying that that this is definitely a good thing. I'm not saying that I'm an oracle, that I'm going to see for sure this is going to be the best thing ever for the game. But what I am going to say is that it needs to be given more of a chance than it's been given. And pretending like you have all the answers immediately is honestly, frankly, ridiculous. I will agree, it seems like Protoss has gotten hit way too hard. I think that, yes, and I agree with that, Seb, and I don't think that's a good thing. But I think the changes in general to shake things up, to make things crazy again, are generally very good. Hey, and that's a valid opinion, Arjun. That's a valid opinion. And, like, I think that's okay. I think actually the craziest change on the patch, and I think it's a bigger change than the worker change, is actually putting Warp Gate on gateways. Yeah, no, exactly. I agree, Seb. It seems like they've just done way too much. They went way too far with it. How much do we time do we have until the next thing? Yeah. I think it's cool. Like, I think we just haven't had something cool in a while. And okay, I'm going to use a baseball analogy because I like baseball and it works really well in this particular situation. Would you rather have a player on your team that hits a single, 2 times in a game, always plays it safe, they take, very short swings, very conservative approach, or would you rather have a guy who strikes out a bunch but hits a home run every game, or even every 2 games? Strikes out a bunch, but hits a fucking dinger. Grand slam, home run, all the time. You always want that home run. And the only way you get a home run, big swings. This patch is a huge swing. Will it strike out? Maybe. When you swing big, you have a bigger chance of striking out. It's true in baseball. It's true in StarCraft 2. But if you never make a big swing, if you never take a big swing, you never have the chance of hitting one out of the park. And StarCraft 2, you can make the argument that we're not in a position to make big swings. But I would make the argument we're not in a position not to. We're down 10-7 in the big game, We're down by a huge amount. A single isn't going to cut it. What we need is a home run. We need a grand slam. Yeah, that's... This attack on Protoss by a blatantly biased, balanced team is indefensible. I'm not saying that like Protoss should be gutted. I don't know. I've already agreed and said that I think that they're going too far with like the nerf aspects of it. How do you know the strength yet? I mean, I trust Seb. If he says that Protoss is unplayable, I'm not even going to challenge that. And to be honest, I haven't had time yet to play anything. But just looking at the warp gate to gateway and like warp gate changes alone, it already looks really tough for Protoss. I will not pretend that in the slightest. I do think that a lot of the stuff gets reverted. I think it's, I think it's a lot of stuff getting reverted. I'm a Mets fan. I'll take what I can get. I think now is safest time to implement this change because there is no big tournament. As long as the PTR doesn't go live, like now, like if it goes live now and there's no way for Maestros the game and, Euthermal's huge 2v2 tournament basically to be played, I think that would be disastrous. I think that if they pressed go live right now, I think that would be terrible and it would suck. But, I mean, if that happens, well, we're kind of shit out of luck anyways, because at that point, we know that the person who's behind it is so out of touch that it's just disastrous. But yeah, no, I don't think that that's going to happen. Oh, wait. Okay, apparently SOS is playing on a barcode? Oh, my man. What the heck? All right, we are into it. Spawning down in the bottom right for Onside Gaming, it is Maru in the red. And his opponent spawning up at the top left. Somehow it's so fitting that he's using a barcode right now. It is SOS in the blue. He is, yeah, he is the most barcode Protoss in the history of StarCraft 2. He has to be, right? Is there anyone that's more barcode coded than SOS? I don't think so. Welcome, Bondsme. Yeah, the thing is, like, once again, I think it's a good thing to take a while on this PTR. Let it cook for a while. Obviously, there's already some big misses that we can see. The fact that... Oh, shit, he's doing the parting. Yo, that's cool. That's cool as hell. This is what I want. I want more of this. I want little subtle adjustments to builds. I want everyone to have the ability to make their own flavor in the game. The thing about StarCraft 2 right now, Legacy of the Void, they figured out basically this almost makes no difference. It almost makes no difference. But this is a 16 gate 18 Nexus. I'm really curious about the load all button. I'm really curious how that will work. It might be a huge buff specifically to Terran. Someone was, Nidix was mentioning, I think, that because of medevac boost, it's going to be a lot easier to, like, pick up your units. Since you no longer need to select the Marines or Marauders or whatever you're picking up. And boost is obviously on the same thing. So you boost, press the load up, and then, like, kind of wave the medevac around your area, and it'll just load up everything. But that's going to be true for every race. It's interesting. I'm interested in that one. I think that's a cool change, and it's potentially a very good quality of life change. I think it'll make the game easier and more fun. You still won't be able to F2 if you want to have your drops be effective. You still won't be able to do lots of other things. It is going to be Adept Sentry out of SOS. But yeah, I've... Once again, I'm just excited. I'm just excited. It's interesting. It's interesting, you know? All right, we gotta talk about this game. What's going on? Mine drop. Double gas opener from Maru. It is going to be triple mine. Oh, is this... Oh, the Widow Mine. God, that's so nice. What has SOS seen so far? Not the mine. Looks like Reaper did get killed off. No scout, no follow-up. Very nice little move from Maru. He is so good at this kind of stuff. More lower player-oriented stuff is like the Changeling auto-moving. Auto-moving? Wait, the Changeling... The Changeling auto-moving? Maru actually unloading the first of 3 mines into Walk Towards the Natural. Oh, Burrow forces the transfer. Zealot, Adept, and Sentry intercept. This is actually looking really good for SOS. Only loses 2 probes. It is a fair bit of lost mining in the main, but against a 3-mine drop, I like how this has worked out for SOS quite nicely. He did open up quick charge. Maru. Oh, wow. He adds a second barracks and now a 3rd CC. Oh, I don't know that I've ever seen a 2 racks 3rd CC like this. Huh. Very interesting. Oh. Interception on this medevac would be so juicy. But he's not going to get it. Of course, there's no blink, so we can't just chase this down. Oh, that's a nice kill on the SCV. Gets a second one as well. I like SOS's position quite nicely. Gets a 3rd SCV. Very good. Also think the medevac load-up change is quite big. I think it's massive. I think it's really, really huge. It's going to make it so much easier to deal with, like, Banelings as well as Terran Bio. What else is it going to be? It might make it easier to prism juggle in certain maybe not. Maybe not. We do see +1 armor coming in from SOS. He did put 1 extra probe on gas. A little oopsie-poopsie there. Only on 2 gases, but he's getting up to a 3rd and 4th. Well, he's already on 3 and about to be on 4. None of the natural always makes me chuckle. Always makes me... oh. Did SOS scout the 3rd CC? No. No, he was not able to get in there. Maru put it in a very tucked back position. SOS definitely has the vibes of thinking an attack is coming off of 2 bases. Building a cannon and a battery at the 3rd. That is not at all what you want against a fast 3rd CC like this. Maru successfully bamboozling. Oh, the fake prism. He doesn't know it's fake. Hey, forces out a stim. That medevac sure is going to be below max energy now for a couple of seconds. I mean, that's still good. Don't get me wrong. Maru's still not actually producing any more medevacs yet, so it's actually really nice that he kept that one alive. SOS adding on the Zest Gateway. Finally, the first 2 real medevacs getting added in. I really like this. The fact that Maru basically bamboozled SOS like this is incredible. Also, very neat little position with the sensor tower. It's far enough back that it's going to be difficult to snipe, but it doesn't actually block any mining in the mineral line. Really, really nifty. SOS never added Storm, by the way. Oh, but wow. Wow, he is going in a very fast +1 air. Now he gets Storm. Saturates his 5th and 6th gases and is immediately taking a 7th, even before the 4th base is done. So he's pivoting hard into Sky Toss already. That is pretty wild. Meanwhile, Maru, very much anticipating a big attack. Liberators, Widow Mines, and a bit of a wall at the 3rd. And it might still be a decent-sized attack. It is going to be 1-1 versus 1-0 in the favor of SOS. Maru, stimming a Marine out, sees a gigantic Zealot army. Sensor Tower, of course, giving advanced warning as well. But second Stargate and a Fleet Beacon. This feels mostly like a fake. Mostly like a, hey, you got to defend. You hear me? You hear me? Now, oh, I was just going to say he might try and hold the middle of the map with a bunch of static defenses, and that's exactly what we're going to be seeing. This has got to be Tempest then, right? Right? He's got the supply. He's got the... Okay, there we go. Yeah, Tempests. Oh, and Tectonic Destabilizers. Great situation for the map. Great play on this map. Maru does need to fire up +2 armor. Hasn't done so yet. Got a few missile turrets in the main. There is a Warp Prism being produced. Maru doesn't yet have his 4th base landed. Oh, double scan. He sees the Fleet Beacon. He misses the Stargates, but he sees the Fleet Beacon. That's really interesting because that might... Oh, actually, I wonder if he saw the Tempest pop. That might make him think it's carriers, but ultimately, regardless, the answer for Maru is start building Vikings. However, there's only 3 medevacs on the field. Maru has been cutting air unit production really hard this game so far. He's gone for Liberators. Those will not be great against the very fast Tempests. Has there even been a Robo made? Yes, but barely any Robo units. 2 Prisms and an Observer. No other robotics facility tech just yet. Oh, EMP. Even just a couple Vikings. Once there's an EMP on those Tempests, they do get hit pretty hard. Funnily enough, this almost feels like the mini game of a Cannon Rush Tempest, where, you know, you're trying to land the Revelations on the Vikings, pick off, your opponent's units. SOS adding 2 Tempests at a time. Maru, now 3 Vikings at a time. Will lose one of them. Liberators, other side of the map, causing quite a kerfuffle. Oh man, that's some big damage here. Wow, like 10 kills. That was really good. 3 Stalkers, 11 Probes for just 2 Liberators. And SOS, okay, he does get back the mining on this gas, but not completely. Tempests, oh, they're a little bit far forward. Nuke. Oh, this is such a good nuke. SOS doesn't see which... Okay, he sees it now with the Revelation, but he is going to lose a lot of static defense here. Nuke already being rebuilt. That actually killed way less than I thought. Storm, not bad. A very good second Storm. Picking up 9 kills on that Templar. Oh, 10. One more died at the end. Zealots kind of being kept at bay by the Protoss' own army. Oh, Blink forward, wants those tanks. He will get them. There is a Prism with Templar inside. They're fully energized, but a nice EMP takes down the Templar's energy. SOS really wants to keep pushing. He's got a lot of money in the bank, but not a whole lot of gates. He is starting to break through. Maru, though, getting out more and more units. Maru up an upgrade. Oh, this command center does get taken out. Very nice. There is a replacement behind it. Maru is being pressed hard by this Blink Stalker Zealot Tempest play. Warp Prism gets taken out. F2 Syndrome a little bit there from SOS. Maybe we should give the Warp Prism an auto attack. Just kidding. Please don't. You get an auto attack. You get an auto attack. Everything gets an auto attack. Damn kids in their auto attacks. How many Vikings do we have? 13. Oh, Scan comes in, finds one of those Tempests. Nice Scan, killing the Observer, too. Is there still an Oracle? No, it has been taken out. This is very funny because the Gateway doesn't block this, but of course it does give good information. A lot of Stalkers warping in. SOS is very late to respond. He blinks out eventually. This does draw a lot of the bio out of position. We could see another snipe on the command center, and we certainly will. SOS is playing a sick game right here. Strategically, very cool. He's going to get a 3rd orbital command. Tectonic Destabilizers, most underrated upgrade. No, that's not true. It's observer speed. But it's a really good upgrade. However, look at Maru's supply right now. Oh, losing a High Templar right there. Very expensive. Get another one backing it up behind it. 13 kills. 14 now. Sheesh. Oh, another nuke. Scanning the army while you're nuking just feels so BM. Maru's army is so powerful right now. Big EMP on the Templar. There's no splash without the storms. And as good as Tempests are, they need some kind of support. Those are freshly warped in Templar. They can't do anything. Maru's just going to walk right through them. It's a cool play, cool build. But once the position was broken, there was no follow-up. Very unfortunate. Like, really, really, really cool setup. But honestly, very lackluster, like, is it follow through? I don't know what else to say. You really like my casts? Wish I did more impressions? Use the full steadfast. That is a very good point. I didn't even think about that YRRSE. A Nexus there would have actually been amazing. Yeah. Energy recharge Templar into the fight. All the shield batteries that are built next to it have full energy. That nuke opened up everything. It was really smart to go for the nukes. I agree. All right, we got to run a minute and a half of ads, but We will get into another one. It is obviously important to note that, like, SOS died with just a very large amount of money in the bank. Like, a very large amount of money in the bank. More gates. More Templar. Yeah, the ability to energy recharge on, like, a 30-second cooldown for Templar, basically into what turned out to be the fight, would have been very good. Surely you can build a Nexus in the middle of the map, right? Like, there's enough space that isn't blocked. I've never checked because it you know, never has been relevant, but... He should always build it. Tempest look Mimi. They're really good, but you do need to keep them alive. And you need to keep them protected. They're kind of a timer. Like, almost a permanent timer. Where if your opponent doesn't do something, they are going to slowly pick away at you. Assuming, of course, you've got the Oracle for Revelation and, you know, all the things that you need. Also, always having Storm available in case the Vikings try and pursue over the cliff. Yeah. Tempest just rely on Storm way too much. You do basically always need that Storm available, for sure. But Maru landed some very nice EMPs. Played that one very well, and as a result, we have this guy spawning down to the bottom left, up 1-0. It's Onside Gaming's Maru. And his opponent, even though he loses the game, he wins my heart. Once again, it is SOS for Streamer Zone, I believe. I believe? Maybe, maybe not. Bum, 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 bum. Should be Streamer Zone? Yeah, I think so. Once again, going to be going Gate Nexus 19. Nexus 19 core. Interesting. So that's going to be a little bit faster of a core than normal. A little bit safer. More thunder. We can take it down. It's, I feel like you're being a little bit aggro today. A little bit aggro. I understand. It feels like Protoss is under attack. Oh wow, he actually lets the pylon finish. That's crazy. That's wild. Why? Huh. It's going to be Stalker Sentry. The unlow-key lost to Rake, so. With Sky Toss? I mean, I do think Sky Toss is underutilized currently versus Terran. But I think... I think it's... It can be a decently powerful play. But I think it's a little bit of a gambit when you try and go for it a lot of the time. There's no doubt that Ghost Viking is a very powerful setup for Terran. But, like, I have also seen Estrella pull off some crazy stuff with Sky Toss, Storm. Basically the same setup we saw from SOS right there. It just does feel very much like you either have enough to contest the Vikings at all times, or you don't, and you get, like, smashed. I just think relative to how easy it is to use carriers in PvZ, it's so difficult to use them correctly in PvT, or SkyToss in general. And I'm not talking, like, when I say PvZ, I mean, you know, like, relatively, like, SkyToss players. Oh, Cyclone actually does have its lock-on broken, but trying to re-engage into this is a little bit bold. He does kill the Cyclone, but the Reaper comes back home, completes the kill on one of these units. This is very unfortunate for SOS because he now loses one-shot potential. Very nice little save there from Maru. That would have gone down if it weren't for that. Oh, wow. SOS going charge first and now powering a lot of gates. He does have the third Nexus on the way. Maru keeping this Reaper alive, sneaks out for the scout. He plays straight SkyToss, like carrier openings. Oh, versus Terran? I think that in general is also something that can be surprisingly strong as a mix-up. I think if your opponent knows it's coming, it's generally speaking not going to go very well. Although there are times where just even those first two carriers can pop out and like just ruin a Terran's day. I mean, we saw a mothership rush from Hero beat Cure not too long ago. That was so nasty. Oh, auto turret going to drop into the natural. Going to force a lot of lost mining. Going to get a couple of kills. Another one, meanwhile, in the main. Oh, the Zealot's actually going to hold aggro, so it keeps this safe. Takes a lot of damage, but that's worth it to not lose out on everything. This is a very fast bio timing from Maru here. Hey, thank you, Arjun, for the Prime resub at 31 months. Bozo's Bucks activated. Thank you. Thank you very much. Quad mine drop coming in. Maru this time does target fire probes, and he gets two of them, just barely getting that second before the auto turret gets killed. SOS already setting up a pylon contain on his opponent. Maru electing to not push out with this +1 stimmed bio timing. Instead, just going to try and put some pressure on it with the mines. Oh, I do like this. 2 mines in the natural, 2 mines in the main. I think that's a particularly good call against a lack of blink. Maru already being a big nuisance. He's actually going to now drop to the third. Already forcing so much lost mining. Oh my god. The Widow Mine's positioning lets it get the burrow again. SOS for a moment was basically mining off like... Actually, not just a moment. For a decent amount of time, he was mining off 1 mineral line. A bit sloppy with probe management. Yeah, Maru kind of just out-owned him right there. Dropping the main base will get targeted down. But even now, the amount of lost mining time that's been forced is straight up bonkers. It's big. Maru, though, just now landing his third CC, so it's not as bad for SOS as it could be. And he's got a lot of Zealots on the field. Maru going pretty quickly up to Ghosts. Where is the Raven? It's still on the other side of the map? Yes, it is. No? Yes. Yes, it just dropped auto turrets at the third. Up to 9 kills there. Another mine drop coming through. Oh, that was close. Another one into the main. Oh, those are really nice force fields. EMP connects on one of the Templar. Maru having a hot pickup out of there. Storm. No, Maru re-engaging back through it. SOS going to force the lift at the third. He's got so much Zealot, Stalker, Storm. which is a really strong composition. If your opponent can't land the EMPs, and Maru was not able to, wouldn't mind burrowing on top of the army. Gets a couple of big hits. Command Center will survive. Maru bending hard, but not breaking here. Force Fields actually able to trap the Ghost, but not able to get the kills on more than one of them. SCVs in the natural getting hit hard, though, by a Zealot run-by that somehow slipped past. Did Maru just kill one of his own mules? Or was that SOS's Zealots? I legitimately can't tell. Either way, Maru comes out of this extremely scrappy situation with what feels like a big lead. SOS floating a decent bit of cash. I feel like this is very similar to how Hero plays, but Hero's macro is clean throughout. Like, it feels like Hero never floats more than about 500 resources, even during these incredibly busy, chaotic situations. +2 armor on the way here for SOS. Maru, no armor yet. Oh, couple of Widow Mines in position. Oh, nice on Burrow. EMP hits the Prism. Are there any Vikings out? He's adding a couple now. Templar plus Prism is very scary without Vikings and EMPs. Six SCVs do go down in the natural. Oh, EMP. No, it's going to be a Storm. And a feedback. And, oh yeah, gets the medevac and one of those Ghosts. That was a pretty nice little skirmish for Maru. Sorry, for SOS, what am I saying? Oh, but if he loses the Storms, that's not so good. He's still got one Templar in the Prism. Not sure how much energy it has. EMP coming in preemptively. There's still a fair number of EMPs available. SOS is in some trouble. Has he energy recharged? No, he's got one available. But I feel like in a situation like this, you got to be using it almost on cooldown. Oh, a Storm! It is big, but it could have been so much bigger. He gets a second one. It's also not huge. Maru does awkwardly walk back through it. I think maybe not used to the larger radius. This is just one Marine for it, though. And these medevacs will be able to heal up all the bio very quickly. They're a little bit low on juice, though. There's one that has a lot. Oh, EMP coming in. High Templar. Nope, it's Zealots. It was just Zealots. Still, that's a big loss on the Templar, or on the Prism. Ghosts cloaking up. Kind of ignored the Templar for a moment. That's a big anti-armor missile. Disruptors on the transition, but SOS is pressed tough. He is in a lot of trouble. One Disruptor gets an kills a single Marauder. Second one, same thing. The Ghosts are cloaked up in the midst of all this. And I think Maru's just going to walk right through him. He kills the Robo. There's another one behind it. That's a big Storm that Maru's actually just standing in. Well... Man, look at this. It's just Ghosts and a Marauder. It's getting too hot. Very exciting battles here in the mid-game. SOS taking a double expansion, going up to 6 bases. He has closed the supply gap with Maru kind of, I would say, overextending a little bit. And, well, really just bathed in that one Storm. 14 probes just went down, though. And that will put the eco lead firmly back in the favor of Maru. Disruptors not able to one-shot that Ghost. A lot of this does have to do with the fact that there is that +1 armor bonus. Widow Mine's getting a couple of kills on Zealots, but the Zealots will at least get a little bit of counter damage. A lot of Stalkers go down, but it looks like some... that was a lot of Stalkers going down, actually. Colossus is going to be really good. There are no Vikings on the field. Oh, meanwhile, we've got Maru going straight up to range Liberators. He's also playing 4 Orbital. Yeah, that's right. He's playing 4-Bital. That's a real word, and you can't convince me otherwise. This is so funny that the army has just been like 10 ghosts for a pretty decent bit of time. You got to be so careful about those Ruppies. Oh. Well, SOS not pairing the shots because he doesn't have that many Disruptor shots readily available. First Colossus is now out. It does have extended thermal lance. 2-2 is now done. And we've got +3 weapons pretty decently far along here. Maru does now have his own 2-1 upgrades done. Ooh, good snipe on a couple of medevacs. Feels like Maru was very close to closing out this game a while ago. But that one storm that he just kind of bathed in ended up being a huge disaster. Nice splitty right there. Oh. Oh my god, did this ghost actually just walk right past? Oh, SOS, watch out. Watch out. No! No, SOS, no! Well, it's going to hit the mineral line anyways. Blast the Disruptor as well. He didn't even notice. Maru! Nuke Man! He walked right through the army with that one. Absolutely insane that just happened. Oh, Disruptor. Not going to get the connection there. Only gets 1 ghost. SOS was starting to fight back in this game in a very genuine way. But Maru will not be stopped here. The nuke. God, talk about a backbreaker right there. Still, the ghosts are just so sturdy. They have survived forever. Big storm on the medevacs, but they will get out of trouble. There's been no detection for these ghosts for so long. Finally, an observer shows up. And that will enable a pushback, but it is far too late. Maru, nukes are the weapon of choice today for him. And he might have won both games in this series, partially, if not totally, off the back of nukes. SOS at this point, there's no recovering. He's way down in workers. Maru has taken a 5th base, even though it is one of... No, wait. No, he did lift off this base, but that's for a 6th. SOS with a base in the top left is not going to be able to keep it alive. Unless Maru just purposely doesn't target it down. He actually stops attacking it, but it's so that he can take a fight against the army, which he will pretty easily win. And GG will be called. Maru gets it done. Goes up 2-0. Ooh. Some absolutely sexy nukes. I swear this guy has 2K resources in every game I've seen him play. Best of 3. It is a best of 5. Best of 5. Bum, 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 bum. Nice. Nice arc gear. All right, we got to run a minute and a half of ads, and we'll get into game number 3, potentially the final game of the series. Already 1 clean sweep and 1 pretty huge result with Percival beating Solar. Now, there are still some very good Zerg players, but Solar not making it through is already a pretty big surprise. Ooh, it's going to be Exarch for game number 3. Oh, wow. Oh, my God. I haven't seen this before, but holy crap, this map is bright. All right, here we go. Spawning down in the bottom right for onside gaming, it is Maru. And going in with something crazy in the top left. Down 2-0 going for this is nutty. It is SOS. In the blue, we've got a pylon in the middle of the map. Proxy gate, and you know what? It's basically equidistant to every base. Maru is not really a scouter. And he could have very easily opened up CC first. Worker only path here. SOS getting very lucky scouting with the cross map guess. This is a good situation for him, to say the very least. Maru is opening up 1 Rax expand, it looks like. And that's a pretty massive disaster for him. God, this map is actually crazy. Looks like SOS is going to hold Chrono. Not going to Chrono boost just yet. Okay, now he does. Still, it's only going to be single Zealot. No, what am I saying? It's double Zealot. Oh, wow. Maru's going to check the middle of the map, and he is going to see the proxy, like, immediately. In fact, he sees a Zealot already. Doesn't know where his opponent is, but he's got to know he's going to need to cancel his command center. At this point, the CC has to act as bait. It was a Marauder concussive shell opening, which is best case scenario for Maru. Byun's been doing a ton of this. So funny that there's slow and acceleration zones here. Slow zones and acceleration zones. There's no way Maru can contest this, right? He can't actually save this. He's going to try. But if you try and fail, it's so much worse than if he'd just given it up right away. Does kill the first Zealot. Second one is slowed. This might actually be defensible. Nice concussive. Unfortunately, he's not able to keep that Marauder alive. SCV number 3, I think? Yeah, SCV number 3. Third time's the charm. Might actually be the charm. Oh my god, Maru's actually going to hold the command center. That's insane. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Damn. Well, I didn't think this was possible. To be fair, I didn't notice it was a concussive shells opening, but holy crap. This is brutal for SOS now. Yes, the command center is significantly delayed, but SOS will... will he lose this production? Yeah, I think so. There's 2 more gates finishing up. SOS is going into 3 gates and nothing else. Oh, I love that Maru just targets the gateway. I don't even think that got a warp in, did it? 2 sentries just warp in. I don't think he used the gateway that finished here. Maru doesn't know where his opponent is yet. He still technically doesn't know. I think he can probably infer that SOS is top left, but he doesn't know definitively. Missile turret coming in case it's DTs, but there's still no tech for SOS. Oh, baby. We are trying to take a bottom left base. I mean, SOS's tech is so behind right now. I mean, it's not even behind. It's just non-existent. Stim is already done for Maru. Now, force fields can be really good. They can be really, really good here. And unless you mine out the side, you can't get up the side. Maru looking for a 3rd Nexus. Ah, that makes sense. That makes a ton of sense. And that's what makes this a very smart play from SOS. Watching the hallucinated Phoenix dance around the slow zone and through the fast zones is pretty funny. Pretty neat. +1 in combat shield's about to kick in for Maru, as well as he's going to be starting his first 2 medevacs, so those will be out in about 35 seconds. There we go. Oh, no. Maru sniffed it out. Maru sniffed it out, and now SOS has to go into the middle of the map. Now... Oh, this is interesting, because Maru's got to be really careful. So he wants to target the pylon, but you also want to kill the Nexus very quickly. I love that scan for so many reasons. He needs to know which direction SOS is going. Is it going to be a recall into this base? Is it going to be a push up into the natural? What is it going to be? The answer is a push up into the natural. And Maru, brilliant wall right here to buy time for the medevacs. Now I think maybe he can cancel it and just go. And he, yeah, knows that exactly. Oh, Maru's decision making is so good. SOS with a lot of gambles in this game. But Maru, calm throughout, is going to absolutely crush this army. Charge will complete in a moment, but after most of the units have already died. And Maru is... I think he can just walk into the natural now and end the game. SOS rebuilding the base on the bottom left. That's hilarious. Gamble, 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 die. Yeah, pretty much. There is a DT shrine that is about to complete, but Maru's got scans for days. Charge lots are not going to come anywhere near close to cutting it, even with the +1 armor. And GG will be called. Maru. I think Game 3 was his most impressive showing in this series. In a series where he had some very cool nukes, most everything came up Maru. It feels like Game 3 was the one that reminds you who he is as a player. And that's, you know, kind of a legend. Thanks for casting. My pleasure. Thank you for the follow. Although, was it a manual unfollow, or was it a Twitch unfollowed randomly? If you don't want to answer, you don't have to. Yeah, Maru took that serious. Sometimes I do follow purges. Ah. What's up with the new update? Then I refollow? Oh, okay. Ah, fair enough. That makes sense. That makes sense. The new update is, I mean, it's kind of crazy, isn't it? Came in out of nowhere. I legitimately had no idea that it was coming. But I think it's really exciting. I think it is... Are they playing the PTR? No. They're playing the live version of the game, as they should. This should not be played on the PTR. It's too big of a tournament. Players have been practicing on the main thing. It's very clear that the PTR is not balanced. And there's a lot of work to be done in order to balance it. Yeah, so I think that's honestly very good to not play it on the PTR. I think that'd be crazy if they did. What changes? Well, what is proposed currently is a worker change from 12 to 8, reshuffling the minerals in the main base, basically decreasing the size of the big mineral patches and increasing the size of the small ones, which means that you'll mine out later. A total redesign on Warp Gate, and a pretty big nerf to it, I think. The thing is, I actually haven't even had a chance yet to look over the entirety of the patch notes, but it is like a massive, massive, massive set of changes. A lot of people like More Thunder are very cranky about it. But I think that it is very good in the sense that it's a huge sweep, a huge set of changes. I think it's totally fine if the version of the patch that goes through is wildly different from this, as long as it's also wildly different from what the current game is. Exciting? I think so. Personally, I think so. Think I might favor SKillous versus Ryung. I think I do too as well. I think SKillous has been playing very, very well recently, and I think he's got a really good shot. Will you do a patch review? I'd love to hear your thoughts. I think so. I think so. Are they nerfing Infestors again? No, I think Infestors are getting buffed pretty heavily. They're getting an auto attack, and they're also... they're getting an auto attack, and they're also getting Microbial Shroud removed as an upgrade. So it's like now just going to be inherent to the unit, which I think is pretty good in a vacuum. Oh, yeah, it's also a massive increase to the range, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, no, it is. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. I'm looking forward to actually fungal growth and auto attack being a combo. Viper buff, yes. You can now abduct siege tanks again. Protoss needed nerf steadfast. 60% of GMs were tossed. I won't disagree with that. I think it's gone a little too far. Maybe even a lot too far. But I do think, in particular, TVP right now is pretty tough for Protoss. Or sorry, for Terran. Just make the mothership abductible and put the warp gates back. I mean, that's... The thing is, though, Neat Pete, that's like a really small change. I do think that... in general, that would fix a lot of problems, honestly, in terms of like the balance, but it wouldn't be a big swing. Yeah. Cure showed us how to win TVP and GSL. Cure is definitely an exception to the rule. 2 Banes killing a ghost in PTR, that That should not be the case. It should be 3. It should be 3. Because Banes do 35 damage versus light. Hero beat BN 3-1 on the new patch. Protoss is not getting gutted. First of all, I didn't say Protoss is getting gutted. Second of all, I don't think people are necessarily talking about PvT yet. Third of all, I think Hero is an outlier to begin with. Fourth, it's like a very early game. Yeah. I haven't played enough to have strong opinions on the actual changes as to whether each individual one is balanced or fair or whatever. What I will say is I think it's very good to see a lot of big swings. I think that's really cool. I think it's really cool, and I think this is the most people have talked about StarCraft 2 in maybe years? Is it fair to say years? Probably. Probably. PTR Ghost breaks the game. Ghost is broken now. I'm honestly not too worried. Fifth didn't ask. Heh. I'm not too worried about the like strict balance of things yet in terms of like numbers. Yeah, exactly. They can adjust things, but I think that in general there's a lot of good things. Thank you very much, Saint Delicious, for the Prime resub at 3 months. I'm just worried they're again going to put in the last patch with no testing. If that happens, then I understand people being like very like, holy shit, what is happening? That would be a little bit alarming. Actually, no, that would be more than a little bit alarming. That would be incredibly alarming. That would be a big problem, in my opinion. Okay, I am going to take a couple minutes of break, and we will be back with the final series of the day. It's already been a pretty quick day. It is going to be SKillous versus Ryung. Let's put 5 minutes on the timer. And we'll be right back. Don't tear each other apart. One patch a year, you should not take huge swings because you can't go back. That's a valid argument to be made, but I prefer the big swing method. I prefer the big swing method. Nobody talks about tiny swinging dicks. All right, we're back. And I believe we're a little bit early. I think there's still a little bit of time. Oh. Why wouldn't stalkers have interceptors, little stalker drones? Give Vortex Seeker Missile 100% feedback, Thor Strike Cannon. I mean, if you give those tools to, you know, Terran and Protoss, then I think you have to give something equivalently insane to Zerg. Like, you either have to give them the Leviathan or infested Terrans with the anti-air rockets back, or, you know, old infested Terran. There you go. Yeah. Percival 3-1 solar. He did. Huge result. Huge result. I will say, I think the old Seeker Missile, it was... Until you've played against some of the players that really abused it, you can't know how bad it was for the game. It was really, really suffocating. Like, really, really suffocating. Just split your units. Heh. When's the last time a BC was made? I mean, on the ladder, they get made all the time, but you'd be able to hit Parasitic Bomb at same range, I think. The problem is Seeker Missile hit air and ground. In a YouTube video. BCs are tricky because they're so gimmicky at this point. That if you buff them even just a little bit, they will become pretty... I think they'll become pretty overpowered. You want the reincarnating Ultra from the HOTS campaign? Yeah. Well, what I've always thought would be cool would be a versus game mode that actually did have stuff like that. Which is to say... the like subunits. So like you can be like, oh, for this match I have 3 variants, you know? 3 variants. I can choose let's say a 3rd Speedling, or a 3rd Zergling spawns out when I build Zerglings, or I can get Raptorlings, or Marines can... These are just examples, but like campaign things, like the drop pods, you know? I can drop anywhere on the map that I have vision with, you know? Stuff like that. The wall one would be more fair. Yeah, that's the thing about Seeker Missile, is there's so many different versions of it that it's... You'd have to figure out which one. Weird, I can't see the chat. Ultimately, it is fine. Whoa. Oh, yeah, 300 damage. Yamato would one-shot spores. Yeah, it does feel like the ghost damage is pretty crazy. Well, I think it's a nerf late game versus Zerg, but it's a buff against like literally everything else. Snipes now 3-shot ultras again. Chat bugged? I don't think so. Snipes also can't get interrupted. That is a big one. That is a huge one. This first map is played on West, so it looks like Ryung did win the coin toss. Goodbye, Broodlord. Oh, shit. Yeah. Yeah, you can't fungo growth anymore to interrupt. Yeah. Yet another reason not to build the Broodlord. Oh, no. So in that sense... Wow, are you just not going to ever make Zerg tier 3 now? I mean, especially since now... well, Vipers are obviously tier 3. But, like, are you never going to make Broodlords and Ultras, basically? This is the promoting mid-game I've been hearing of. Broodlords and Ultras are garbage. They're not super strong to begin with. It seems like now they're going to be a fair bit worse. Broods were already not great against Terran, I would say. They have their place. They have their place, and it can be the correct thing. Ultras can low-key cook with New Shroud. I mean, they could cook with Old Shroud. It's just now they can cook even more. It's all about how new Ghosts do versus Lurkers. They will do quite well against Lurkers. They're actually going to do crazy damage versus Lurkers. Not enough to one-shot, but enough to get them very, very weak. All right, here we go. Spawning up the top left. Our final series of the day to see who will advance into the group stage. Spawning up the top left, it is Team Liquid's SKillous. In the red. And his opponent spending out an early SCV. This feels like an NG Bay block. It is Onside Gaming's Ryung. Looking to join in the footsteps of Maru, his teammate, who just advanced on in the previous match. I think you could just remax on Ultras after the first wave because they have so few snipes. That is something to consider, yeah. I think, once again, we're a ways away from, like, stuff being solved, but it's cool to theory craft this stuff. It's cool to think about it. Once again, we're getting into, like, we're kind of getting into the reeds before we even know what the swamp looks like. And, like, also the swamp could completely change shape. So it's hard to say if X, Y, or Z is too strong or too weak when there's... We're so far away from an actual real version of the game being released yet. Interesting. SKillous dropping both pylons in the main. He did open up double gas. Slow mining off one of them, though. Scouting probe, of course, going down. And it's going to be a concussive shells opening, it looks like, out of Ryung. Zealot into Stalker into Sentry, perhaps? Perhaps? No, into double Stalker, okay. Concussive shells will be pretty good. I will say I've always felt that Ghost should be more of a support unit than a battle unit, and in a weird way they're going in the other direction and making them more of a battle unit and less of a support unit. Oh, hidden Marauder. Very nice little play from Ryung. Cheeky tactic, but he's not able to keep the slow up. Oh, that's too bad. You know, as you get older, it is harder to keep it up. But Ryung's still relatively young, I believe. I've been watching too much Grubby. I'm doing too much, farming? Ooh, double reactor. Yes. That's my man. That's my guy. That's the 3 racks that I believe in. Shield battery is necessary to survive for SKillous at the natural, and it'll keep him tucked in, and he kills the first Marauder. That's nice. Oh, SKillous messing around with a Dark Shrine. This is now like the third Protoss I've seen in the last few days opening up fast +1 armor. SOS did it earlier today. SKillous is now doing it. I feel like I've been seeing... Who else was doing it? Because I saw it before. Maybe it was also SKillous. Oh, no, it was. It was SKillous in the OSC. Yeah, okay. Good scout from Ryung. He is going to see the third Nexus. DTs are very good against the 3 racks. Very good. Because, of course, you don't have a starport. You don't have Ravens. And if you're not saving scans, you're not dealing with DTs. Now, is he starting to save energy for scans? He might be. That looks like it. Guardian Shield is going to be available. We will have +1 weapons nullified by the +1 armor. SKillous is going to have that kick in immediately. Does he warp in a bunch of DTs and send them across the map? 2 DTs immediately warped in. He's got gas for a third and even... Oh, no, he wanted to start +1 weapons. I mean, that makes sense. And I also don't mind just sending the DTs straight across the map, not going for the defensive DTs. In fact, he didn't need them because Ryung just backed off. Ryung is saving a decent amount of scan energy right now. Oh, he's going to scan the natural. Sees no gases there. Sees probes were being built. Probe production did just stop, though. No missile turret just yet. SKillous is checking the orbital command energy. I'm quite certain of that. He's not going to go in until he sees it drop to either A, drop to lower numbers, or B, oh, until he sees a push out. Now this DT does scout the SCV pull. That's incredibly good. Oh, this is so bad for Ryung, especially if the DT gets into the main, which it will. That means now he needs 2 scans to cover the main and the natural. Even though that DT gets nothing done in the main, it is still very good because it forces a separate scan, and DTs can slowly be sent towards this army. How many have died? 2. Okay, so we already sent 1 at the army. Ryung is going to have a limited number of scans available. Bunch of SCVs in the natural. They're going to die to a single DT. And I think that this is going to be an easy hold for SKillous. Even if Ryung wins the fight, which is not a given, eventually he will be overwhelmed by DTs. He did build a missile turret aggressively, but all the SCVs have fallen. And eventually SKillous, I think, will be able to win this. Especially now with a DT and the natural that is up to, what is this, 19 kills. Zealots warping in, trapping some of the army. Ryung does cut his way through, but he just does not have the units to win this out. Very nice probe pull, once again blocking the bio. It's a good hot pickup from Ryung, but it is not going to win him the game. And SKillous is going to win this game, almost certainly. We've got 4 more SCVs joining up. That is the last of them. The Zealots are going to be too good. SKillous. Oh, this could not have gone better for him in the game plan aspect from start to finish. The DTs providing the security blanket very, very nicely. The Last of Us. Ele. I would cover the Euthermal 2v2 warm-up cup today. But unfortunately, I've got plans later in the day, and I did have to get up very early today. Give Broodlords a dash. Honestly, that would be kind of cool. Make it so that they can't attack, but like they gain the ability to swoop. Ryung beat up Winter using the new Ghost on PTR today. I mean, that is a bit of a mismatch, to be fair. Winter is not above my skill level in terms of ZBT, I don't think. But only when they're targeted by a snipe. In co-op, Kerrigan Broodlord has a speed upgrade. All right, Sanctuary 3 going to be map number 2. Oh, this one is ping advantage to SKillous. And he already won with ping disadvantage. This is such a good start. SKillous with an opportunity to take a stranglehold lead in the series. This is kind of like a home field advantage in traditional sports with the ping. All right, here we go. Game. Oh. Hey, thank you, Delthus, for the raid. Game number 2. Spawning down in the bottom left, it is Onside Gaming's Ryung. In the blue. And his opponent spawning up at the top right for Team Liquid, it's SKillous. In the red. Thank you. A dog wearing shades for the 100 biddies. Once again, raid bits. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Very much appreciated. Ryung's barracks was just randomly super late. He was up to like 215 minerals right there before he started it. That was a little bit strange. Was he late with his depot? I swear there was a moment where the depot was done. At least a couple moments even. Where the depot was done already. Huh. Little awkward for Ryung. Ryung, of course, one of the geniuses of Terran. One of the, I would say, build creators. Thank you, Leo Daedalus, for the Prime resub at 13 months. Hola. Hola, hola. It is going to be Marine. And, oh, nice movement here from SKillous with the probe. It's going to be able to block this command center for a decent bit of time. Oh, 146. That is so late. That's late enough to consider a double chrono. But, well, I mean, yeah, he's going to finish the 207. It's a relatively short rush distance map. Not super short. Okay, he's opening up Stalker. I mean, he opened up Gate Nexus, I believe. So, generally speaking, you're not going to get aggressive. And there is a ramp at the natural. Marine looking around saying, hey, I don't want to die to a proxy gate. I want to see if there is one. There is one person hoping the changes go through. Dark returning from military service. That would be really great for him, wouldn't it? It kind of resets everyone back to 0, almost potentially, depending on the timing, as he gets back. I'm really curious what'll go through. SKillous did open up Stalker Sentry. He does this a lot recently. Or he's been doing this a lot recently. He just really likes that quick hallucination scout. And it's hard to blame him. It's so nice having that full info. Still going to have a pretty nicely timed blink, even if he didn't chrono it. But with 2 chronos, it will finish at 5 minutes. It's very simple math, honestly, on the Twilight Council. Whenever the Twilight finishes, add 2 minutes to whatever the timer is. And then for every chrono you throw into it, subtract 10 seconds. And there we go. He's guaranteed now his blink will finish up by 2 minutes at the latest. Or sorry, by 5 minutes at the latest. Unless, of course, he adds another chrono. Three chronos into blink would be a lot. Oh, hallucination. Tried to be intercepted by Marines, but SKillous was quick on the avoid. Avoid and evade. And it's going to be a third Nexus off 2-gate Robo Blink. All these years later, and I still learn new things about this game. Hell yeah. I mean, to be fair, I only kind of just put that together myself very recently. And the funny thing about that is that the main reason that I realize that now is that I realized very recently as well, in a relative sense, that when you hold shift in the replay interface, you get to see what the number is. Ryung, not going to be going for any early aggression. He did get the early Raven. Heavy Marine focus to start off. No, it's just a frictional supply block. Very momentary. Always want to avoid supply blocks when you can, but easier said than done. It is going to be a quick Templar Archives here from SKillous. No Forge yet. Meanwhile, Ryung he's getting a pretty standard timed +1 weapons. That's going to finish up just before the... Oh no, almost right at the 7-minute mark. No, just before. What am I saying? Like 6:50. Here comes this first push. Now we'll see if SKillous tries to go straight into Storm or if he maybe morphs an Archon. He did miss the move out. Uh-oh. Oh, but he's going to find 2 medevacs. Oh my god, if he gets this, they had Widow Mines inside. He is going to sack these Stalkers to kill that. And 3 Stalkers for the first 2 medevacs? I actually take that every day of the week. Every day of the week. Now, Ryung actually just can't stim. That is so sick. He even killed a mine with that. A bonus. A bonus mine. Second set of medevacs is out. Third one being produced. Ryung wisely realizing, like, okay, you did throw away 2 Stalkers for that. Or 3 Stalkers for that. Like, that ain't free. It ain't bad, but it ain't free. Oh. Raven is getting sent back home. It will get discovered. Because SKillous lost 3 of his Stalkers, he can't easily kill this. But I think that might have been an F2, and I think that is a dead Raven. Oh, it sure is. He did scan. He sees the Observer. And that will enable Ryung to move out. Now, this anti-armor missile that was kind of just dropped as oh, crap. Let me get some value out of this. After I accidentally F2'd, it's going to expire. Even if Ryung had beelined it right into the natural or right into the third base, anything short of like double stimming across the map, which obviously wouldn't have been worth it, would have not gotten him there in time. Very nice timing from SKillous with this Zealot, killing the SCV just before the third CC completes. Storm is about to complete in moments. There's a big minefield here, but now that Storm kicks in. Decent pre-spready from Ryung. That Prism is so important. Well, that's a decent little Storm right there. Prism can really give the mobility to these High Templar. Widow Mines being baited out. First storm, not amazing. Second one is pretty decent. And Ryung is getting slowly but surely cleaned up. However, the majority of SKillous' army has already been cleaned up entirely. Big Zealot Warp in. Will that be enough to push this back? Ryung getting some huge mine shots. One Archon. Oh! Ryung is, pardon me, SKillous is actually juggling the Archons now. Zealots on the other side of the map. Just kind of forcing some lost mining time. Ryung will be forced back. He is out of medevac juice. Out of energy pretty much entirely. And this army is heavily Marauder focused, which is great for tanking storms, but very bad for stimming. Very expensive when you stim. SKillous is on 4 bases. Ryung, for the moment, as he drops a bunch of mules, gets a fresh cash infusion, will boost his way up. Very nice Liberator spot. Really, really strong Liberator spot. Storm does hit one of the libs. Pylon gets taken out at this fresh base. Storm's blanketing the whole Terran force. And going to be able to clean up the majority of this. This Immortal going to be the only units left standing, in addition to a freshly morphed Archon. Oh, that's a very nice Storm once again. Second one. Going to push these units back. Immortal up to 6 kills now. And SKillous getting a lot done with a little. On 8 gates. Oh, that one Archon barely saved with the Prism. I do love where Ryung put those Liberators, but unfortunately it was not enough to break through. The Storms were a little bit too good. And, I mean, Archons are so underrated in this matchup because they're so bad in so many situations. But if your opponent doesn't have Ghosts, they don't have a lot of healing, and they got a lot of Marauders, Archons can feast. But really, the MVP of that fight is that one Immortal. SKillous behind this double Robo Colossus transition, or potentially Disruptors, but probably Colossus. Observer does see the layout of Ryung's army. SKillous may elect to try and lift up into the main. Ryung's got a nice little anti-Prism squad set up here. Oh, blink into the main base with these Stalkers. Going to be scary. We do have a Storm getting dropped in the main. Viking gets a clutch kill. That was pretty expensive for SKillous. But 2-2 on the way for the Team Liquid Protoss. And he can start up his first 2 Colossus. He did just warp in 10 Zealots. Regardless, he still got the cash for extended Thermal Lance and 2 Colossus. He just needs to wait till this Prism finishes. Big Zealot run by at the natural. The medevac healing actually going to keep this one SCV alive. Ghost. Oh, it spawned into a very unpleasant situation. Somehow the SCV that was building the command center survived, you know, the whole thing. Oh, cute little recall. Actually does save 5 Zealots. Worth. And now we've got a Colossus on the field. Ryung does have his own 2-2 started up, but it is very far behind compared to SKillous. SKillous is controlling the pacing and flow of this game really nicely. Ryung does have a 4th CC done, though, thanks to the fact that that one SCV kept building the whole time. However, SKillous is now taking a 6th base. And the macro of the Protoss player is beginning to take over. Ryung needs to hold this base, and he needs to hold it very, very cleanly for a while, which is going to be really tough with 2-2 Extended Thermal Lance and the 3rd Colossus looming. Scan comes in, sees the army of SKillous, and sees that it is loaded for bear. As SKillous is maxed out, I feel like you may as well start up your 3-3. But he may want to be able to reinforce into the fight immediately with some gas units. Oh, EMP does land. Not enough to prevent the storm. There are 2 very good Storm Zealots on top of everything. Vikings And Liberators taking their toll on the army, but not anywhere near enough. So many charge lots. Now more charge lots than all the military units of the Terran combined. And GG will be called. SKillous going up 2-0. And one map away from punching his ticket into the main event of Maestros of the Game 2. Well done. Is this a new patch? No, this is the current patch. Once again, I think it would be a little bit insane to switch things over on everyone this early. And I mean, unless Blizzard pushes the patch, old man Ryung, I really think that push at the 4th base looked powerful. I love that SKillous, though, upon seeing the medevacs kind of lagging behind the army with the Observer, saw this is the perfect time to sneak 3 Stalkers in behind and was willing to sack them. Even after killing the first medevac and could have escaped, he just said, let me simplify the game. I'll sack 3 Stalkers to kill the second one, make it so that you can't even heal the army at all. And basically push the timing back an extra 30 seconds. Just a very nice start. Very nice showing. Ooh, BlackRock in what could be the final game of the day. New patch will go live in like a week. Heh. Is there anything good in this patch other than it being a patch getting people back involved? That. Getting people back involved. That's good. Oh. Re. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, ba, ba, bum, bum, bum. All right. Here we go. It is going to be BlackRock for game number 3. I think somebody put the wrong name in the logos mod file, so they restarted the game. All right, here we go. Spawning up in the top right. For Onside Gaming, it's Ryung in the blue. And his opponent looking down at the bottom left suspiciously. It is Team Liquid's SKillous in the red. This feels like a proxy Stargate might be on the menu. If I had to guess, just looking at, because his camera was looking down here in the bottom right for just a little bit. It could just be nothing. It could be like, I wonder if he's thinking about maybe proxying a starport here. Which is possible. Bum bum bum. Ba-dum bum. SKillous is going to scout in here. See? Okay, yep. Barracks. Cool, it's at home. No proxy. This is ping advantage for Ryung, but he did lose game 1 despite having that ping advantage. Oh, that's very nice for Ryung. Gets the kill on the first probe. SKillous was not able to mineral walk fast enough. Nikita. Unfortunate. Oh. Oh. Both players are looking around for each other's proxy that... Wait. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. He actually is going for it. He is going for proxy starport. But he can't now. Oh, that's really unfortunate for Ryung. Now, I don't even think you go Hellions, do you? But... Okay, he is. He's going to build the starport at home. Well, that's very good for SKillous. Oh, my God. And this is... He was looking down here already. He was looking down here already. Hallucinated Phoenix will see... Okay, it's going to see a... I mean, this could still be a medevac. Okay, it is going to be Banshee. The thing is, you can fake that you're building a Banshee or a Raven. SKillous is going to body block here and will successfully prevent the units from getting through. Oh, that is a very poorly placed Robo. Okay, he fixes the wall with a pylon. With no Reaper, you cannot just push through. You can't knock the units out of the way. There's no way to actually get past this unless SKillous makes a big mistakey. Mana, big mistakey. Mana, big mistakey. Now, killing the sentry would be really nice. He will get it. Looks like SKillous F2'd back. And that does prevent him from seeing that Cloak is, in fact, being actually researched. And at this point, you should know, based on the timing, that this is actually Cloak. He is building an Observer first, and it is going to be here in time for Cloak. Even if this Banshee had gone in right away, I do like the shield battery added in. Now, Ryung still potentially could get something done with the Banshee, but he kind of needs to. It's a pretty big investment going into 2 Banshees early on. If you don't get anything done, the Protoss is going to start to... Wow, they're just going to start to triple pump probes at an alarming rate. A rate that is hard to match. Now, killing that early sentry was obviously very nice. Oh, if he can get in a natural. Oh my God. The juicy lineup shot. Wow, Ryung getting very lucky here. Very lucky with that timing. Where are the Banshees? Okay, they have not even gone in yet. That is really, really nice for Ryung. He needed something like this. We do see a Robo Bay coming through. Still no forges. Third CC on location. Oh, bold. Boldness. I like it. Yes. Ryung keeping the Hellions alive and finding that value setup. Really, really nice. And he's even repaired them up again. Very, very crafty. Very nifty. Banshees on the far left are very far away. Kept very far back in reserve. At this point, they're almost just guarding this pathway. Oh, gets another probe here. Not bad. Not bad. Stim combat shields about to complete for Ryung. Double medevac drop. Oh, it wants to get into the main. Cloaked Banshees coming in. SKillous is going to get baited by them, which will allow the drops into the main. Is recall available in the main? Yes, it is. And he needs to recall.
Our pylon is under attack.
Oh, he's going to try and warp in instead. He's keeping his army at the front line, thinking that there might be a push coming at the third base, but there's not. Not yet. Stalkers will be able to take care of one medevac. Good positioning from Ryung, really bottlenecking these Zealots and murdering them. SKillous having a tough go. And this is very, very good for Ryung. He gets out with the remaining Marines, kills 8 probes, kills a bunch of gateway units. That was very successful, but the 2 Banshees got cleaned up in the meanwhile. So ultimately, I think SKillous is actually probably okay with this. He doesn't have a 4th Nexus on the way, though. Double Forge starts up. He does get supply blocked at 125. Oh, that was a very messy blink forward. Zealots, though, will try and cover it. Widowmine's going to burrow up on top of the Stalkers. Good splitty against them. Mitigating the splash damage on the other Stalkers. Medevac drop coming back into the main base. The 3 Stalkers there to volley it down in 3. Hellions at the 3rd, once again, looking for some shots. I don't know if they actually killed anything. But a neat little play. Ultimately, SKillous cleans up everything. And I think... I think Ryung still comes out ahead here. But more so because he was already ahead. It is a very good cleanup for SKillous. The main thing is that the upgrades for SKillous are super, super late. Ryung does go 2nd starport before 4th CC, before double NG Bay. Well, 2nd NG Bay and Armory. And he still doesn't have a Ghost Academy on the way. So this could still be a 3-base SCV pull or a 3-base all-in. Well, actually, very unlikely with the double upgrades. Could still be a relatively large 3-base commitment, though. Nice snipe on the SCV building this depot. Scan spots the Observer, gets the kill with the Vikings. Ryung now pumping 4 Vikings at a time. SKillous, I believe, is chronoing pretty heavily on these upgrades, yeah. So he will catch up in the upgrade timing reasonably well. I wonder if SKillous can chrono enough to catch up to 2-2. I think so, but it's going to be pretty darn close. Oh, SKillous has to start that +2 attack. He's going in with his 1-1, though. Zealots getting it on top of the mineral line, but Ryung using the pullback space to kind of keep the SCVs safe. Vikings trying to go after the Colossus. Hot pickup would be really nice, but he doesn't go for it. One Colossus has gone down. There's the lift up on the units. There's barely anything to deal with Marauders right now. And with no ability to warp in Zealots, this is going to be a good pushback from Ryung. He kills every Colossus. Stalkers need to get the hell out of here. There's no concussive. Oh my God, Disruptor. I really hope the players didn't feel that lag. I really hope they didn't. A lot of SCVs went down. Ryung is very far ahead in army supply right now. But if he doesn't do anything with it, it may all be moot. Now, the lack of +2 attack right there from SKillous at the outset of the attack may mean that this 2-2 timing from Ryung has enough power to actually win the game. God, it is like pure Marauder for Ryung right now, which makes Disruptors incredibly good. Ryung does have a 4th command center landing just now. Is it? Oh, it's only single Robo Disruptor. Blink forward, looking for these units. Very nice force field there from SKillous. Actually nets him 3 extra Marauder kills, I think, that he wouldn't have otherwise gotten. Oh, the lack of +2 weapons at the outset of this really hurting SKillous, but he does have that +2 armor just about done. He's actually expanding towards Ryung during all of this. 9th and 10th gateway have been added on for SKillous. Ryung, meanwhile, getting up towards the 4th command center. Oh, this sensor tower that did eventually complete will give some good information on where the army is. Oh, that is a bold blink forward here from SKillous. Disruptor gets an okay connection. Vikings are pushing the Colossus back. They will eventually kill it. Zealots getting on top of the bio. There's just so few Marines to clear the Zealots is the problem. But now that they're all gone, well, hold that thought. Another wave does show up. And the Marauders that were having a pretty good fight, pretty good time against the Stalkers are now in a bit of trouble. SCV pull, very nice from Ryung. Excellent hold position. And now he's gone back into Marines in a decent way. But SKillous is outmining his opponent massively at this point. Oh, he actually transferred a bunch of workers from this 3rd base. That's going to slow down his mine out of that base. That's really nice. Like that he's heavily saturating a base that it's going to be very difficult to hold. Oh, no, the accidental Reaper. The oopsie Reaper. Ryung does still enjoy an army supply advantage, but it's a small one. It is narrow, and he doesn't have any Vikings left over besides just 2 to deal with this Colossus reswap. Can't believe SKillous is doing all that he is off just 1 Robo. Meanwhile, excellent map vision out of SKillous. Taking a page out of Hero's Book. Not the best pylon here. Would be much better here, but still gives a decent bit of info. Ryung is pressed very hard at this point. And he needs those Vikings. He needs them now. +3 armor about to complete for SKillous, which is going to give him the first upgrade lead in the game. In this game. Ryung has had the upgrade lead a few times, but now SKillous going to go back in. The Vikings are not numerous enough. The army is heavily overstimmed. SKillous now pushing past the command center that he hasn't been able to get past this whole time. And even as the Colossus go down, so many SCVs have fallen. Good positioning outside of his opponent's natural with the concave. Ryung just doesn't have what he needs to hold any longer. SKillous is going to punch his ticket, it looks like, into the main event. GG is called. And the Team Liquid Protoss cleans out the 3-0. A lot of relatively one-sided series today if you looked at the scoreline, but a lot of very close games in those series. Apparently, SKillous just ladders against Cyril and Clem all day, so now he's like 6.7k MMR. He's looking quite good. He's looking quite good. He's been looking quite good. Very well done by SKillous there. That was quite well. I want to give Patches the ability to push live patches to ladder. If he wants to put out his whole patch, sure. It would be pretty crazy. Percival 3-1ing Solar. Yeah, that one, to me, that one is the standout, like, result. Like, that is a really impressive result. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Very well played by SKillous. That is it for day one of the... I guess this isn't even really technically Maestros... No. This is day one of Maestros of the game. Yeah, this is day one of Maestros of the game. Technically, it's called the preliminary stage on Liquipedia. I'm calling it the play-in stage because that just works for me and makes the most sense. Kind of neat. We got 2 Terrans, a Protoss, and a Zerg making it through. Lambo 3-0ing Arrogfire. Let's take a look at that, actually. Use the fancy pants. Graphics that they gave us. Yeah, we've got SKillous. Just saw him 3-0 Ryung. Lambo 3-0ing Arrogfire. Percival 3-1ing Solar. And honestly, even on White Rabbit, he looked good for a decent portion of that game until he got kind of jumped. Maru 3-0ing SOS with some awesome nuke play. Really fun nukes, if you are a fan of Maru. Some cool play from SOS, but definitely not ideal for him. And then tomorrow, we will be having Shin, Nikaract, Rogue, Gerald, Byun Shameless, and Trigger Cure. This... Oh, Trigger Cure is such a meat grinder. Byun Shameless is cool. These are actually all cool matches. I wonder how well Shin knows Nikaract. I feel like both Rogue and Shin are weirdly in peril. If you swapped their opponents, I feel like I would take both Shin and Rogue almost without question. But I feel like Nikaract... I do still think Shin is obviously the favorite against Nikaract. And I do think Rogue is the favorite against Gerald. But Gerald is a very good late-game Protoss. And I think Rogue tends to struggle against that a lot. He's very frustrated with Protoss right now. And I think Shin... he could underestimate Nikaract. Beyond Shameless, though, they've played a ton of weeklies against each other. And Trigger Cure have met in big tournaments multiple times in the last little bit. Oh, we miss you so much, Dark. Yeah, it's going to be fun when Dark comes back from the military. I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah, so that's going to be taking place. It's a 2-hour later start time tomorrow. Thank God. Oh, I'm excited to sleep in a little bit more. What other days does Maestros the game take place? When does the group stage start? June 2nd. What is that? That is Tuesday. Okay. Is there still a Monday Night Weekly? Oh, God. Okay, it starts at 11:30 EDT. That is much more friendly for me in terms of time. I'm not sure what time Euthermal is planning to do his 2v2 tournament. Like, what time of day. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, okay. Bum 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 ba bum 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 ba bum bum ba da dum. I assume there is a Monday Night Weekly. Me too. It does, yeah, it is there. It is there on the schedule. So, oh man. We're back to a lot of back-to-back days once again. I'm excited, but I'm also like, ha ha ha. This is going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot. But I am looking forward to it. All right. That's going to do it for me for the day. Let's raid up the aforementioned Euthermal as he's got the 2v2 warm-up cup happening right now. Thank you very much for hanging out, tuning in. I'll be back in 20 hours, a little bit less than 20 hours. I would love to talk about the patch a lot more because I haven't looked at everything yet. I still haven't had a chance to look at everything yet. It's been very busy for me. But I do appreciate the support. A couple of Prime subbies coming in today. If you want to support, obviously, would be awesome. Double raid. I mean, Euthermal deserves it. You know he does. Yeah, no. I'll definitely take some time at some point soon. Maybe tomorrow, after Maestros the game finishes. Maybe. Yeah, I want to give it a little bit of time at the very least to like go through it and be like, hey, what do I think about each thing? For me, I'm just excited that there's a big patch. I haven't done a proper react yet. No, not yet. But that's in the chamber. I guess that makes sense. In the whatever. It's on the docket. It's on the docket. Wow, brain. Oh, okay. I'm excited to rest a little bit before my plans today. Get myself ready for tomorrow. We'll be back. Bye-bye. Stay safe, everybody. Say hi to Euthermal. And, of course, once again, massive thank you to Euthermal for putting what he does. Massive thank you to the French scene. ComebackTV, TKL, Funka, the whole squad. The fact that they've run this tournament, I mean, I'm so excited for it. I'm so excited for it. Maestros the Game 1 was electric. And hopefully